Welcome to this second day of the Summer University on EU-China relations and global governance of climate change. Today we have two very big experts for these two first sessions. We have Professor Justo Corti. He is professor of EU law and international public law at UNED University in Spain. And he holds now a Jean Monnet module precisely on the ecological transition and European policies regarding climate change. And on the other hand, we have Professor Lei, who is professor of economics at Sichuan University, and he is also a Jean Monnet chair precisely on climate change issues and policies both in China and the EU. So as you can see, we are very grateful and we are very happy to count with these two experts today. We will have the first session with Professor Justo Corti, and Professor Lei may, of course, make comments after his presentation, and then we will give the floor to the audience for other questions. And we will do the same then with the Chinese perspective. Professor Lei presenting and Professor Justo Corti commenting on it. So without further ado, I give the floor to Professor Justo Corti. Just one comment more. I would like to also remind that Professor Justo Corti was working with us at the Royal Institute for European Studies for many years, and he was as well in the team that prepared the proposal for this Jean Monnet Network. I still remember that period, and we are very happy to have him here, even if he's not anymore with us, but still we keep on cooperating, and it's very good that we have this opportunity to still share the Jean Monnet Network project.
Thank you very much, Jerónimo. I also remember those intensive days in the preparation of the proposal, and of course I would like to thank to the organizers, to both to the Royal Institute of European Studies of Seoul University, of the European Institute, and of course our Chinese colleagues that are part of the network. I'm very sorry because I cannot be physically there. Of course that I am with you virtually, but I cannot be physically there for two reasons, basically, because my duties as Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Law, we have very intensive days preparing next academic year, and secondly because my health, I have a cough, and probably I will not be able to fly now since it's quite I mean it's quite an intensive cough, and I'm sorry if in some moments I have to stop my presentations because it reappears. Well, I will share my screen right now in order to use my presentation. I was telling to our colleague, let's see, yes, that my presentation will be basically twofold. I mean, of course that my basic background is in international and European law, and I will use some elements of the European law about the emission reductions and energy mix, but I will try to make an integration with other aspects, basically about historical aspects, and more specifically about a political aspect that are quite interesting now. Briefly speaking, my presentation will not be a classical description about all the different steps of the emission reduction and all the legal basis of the energy mix in Europe, which is true, of course, but since nowadays, specifically afterwards the pandemic period and in the current situation of the war between Russia and Ukraine, I think that we cannot make just a description of the law. We need to make a contextualization of all the facts and all the situation in order to try to make a prospect of what it could be the near future about these two aspects, about the emission reduction and energy mix. Probably this presentation will not be as it is now 6 months ago, but anyway, we live in our days and we need to make a presentation taking into account our current present. So basically, this is the table of contents of my presentation. Of course, since this is not in reality a conference itself, but it's more like a lesson in a course, in a summer course. If someone's that it's in Florence, or someone that is connected, or even our colleagues in China would like to make a comment or would like to make questions, please don't wait until the end. Of course, that there will be sometimes at the end in order to make some kind of dialogue and discussion about my presentation. But if any aspect appears during the presentation, please, you can just use the hand that is available in the Zoom platform, and we can try to discuss or try to explain a bit in deep what we are talking about, since at the end I think that the most interesting is to share our different opinions. So this is basically the table of contents of my presentation. First, I will make an introduction, basically a historical legal introduction about why energy mix it's so different in different countries inside the European Union, and try to make an explanation of why this has happened. Secondly, I will talk about the emission reduction. I will talk about, this is more the formal aspects about the emission reduction in different periods and different targets. This is a well-known aspect of this topic. It often appears in the press release that release the European Union in newspapers. And so this is probably the most boring part of my presentation, but it's necessary to make a contextualization of what was the situation just immediately before of the pandemic period and the war in Ukraine. Secondly, I would like to introduce a concept that it's much more important. That it's when we talk about emissions, we have to talk about the production of the emission or the consumption of products or services that were produced through the emissions of greenhouse gases. This is something important because I think that it's the real topic that will happen in the following years. You know that there is a proposal of a border tax adjustment, and at the end, this proposal, what it's trying to do is trying to probably, this is at least my perception, is probably the real aim is to move the focus not on the production itself of the emission. It doesn't matter where the emission is being produced or the product is being produced, but the most important is to tackle the polluter pays principle on the consumption. So we will use the example of the emission of the production of electricity in power plants inside Europe. It's a quite simple and quite easy example to use, but of course that this example could be also transferred to other aspects and probably to third countries aspect, particularly in China. So that could create an interesting dialogue with my Chinese colleagues. And the third point is, of course, the concept of the trade. It's a consequence of the previous one. If we focus the attention on the consumption and not on the production, of course, that the trade, in this case, we will talk about electricity, but trades will matter. Well, the third element is, of course, concentrated on the energy mix in Europe. We will describe the great diversity that there is of the energy mix among countries. We will try to see what are the trends in this energy mix. And we will see that there are quite at least 3 different clear trends in this energy mix, and it will have consequences on the current situation of the restriction of natural gas in Europe. The second point about the energy mix is related to how we measure the gases that are emitted normally, and this is the standard in European Union. We take account only the combustion that is used for producing electricity. In this case, we are also focused on electricity because it's I will explain it a bit later, but electricity is basically the center of the policy of reduction of emissions in Europe in the last 10 years, sorry. But we will see that when we talk about the emissions, we normally don't take account those emissions that are produced during the construction of plants. And this is quite important regarding renewable energy facilities, since normally there are huge differences, for example, in the emissions on constructions, for example, between solar plants and wind plants or nuclear power plants. Finally, we will talk about the external part of the energy policy. This is something that it's on news and newspapers nowadays, the question of the external dependency of the European Union. We will try to go a bit further and not just say that, well, yes, there is a dependency on Russia, but why it has happened, and probably the emission reduction policy has a play in this dependency. And this is one of my ideas, of one of my hypotheses, is that the policy that the European Union has used for reducing energy emissions, I will not say that produced the dependency, but probably it has permitted that dependency continued during the last 20 years. And finally, we will talk a bit about nowadays main difficulties about energy prices in Europe, basically as a consequence of the Russia-Ukraine war. Well, let's go ahead. Let's see, I will change my slide. I'm sorry. I will go. Okay, do you see my screen, isn't it?
Yes, Justo, we see it.
Okay. Let's go ahead with the introduction. Well, my first research question is why energy policy is so different among EU countries. This is a question of fact. In France, we have basically nuclear power. In Germany, we have natural gas nowadays, at least. In Poland, we have coal. Or in other countries like Spain, there is basically a mix between different energy. But why we have so different policies, energy policies in different countries? Well, this is a consequence of the history, basically. As you probably know, at the beginning, the fathers of the integration thought about energy at the early beginning, when they created a community on coal and steel. That was basically the source of energy, the most important source of energy at this moment. And then in 1957, they created, at the same time, they created the European Economic Community. They created a community on atomic energy that was, at that moment, it was thought to be the energy of the future. However, sometimes history push us to different paths, and when our fathers thought that the nuclear power will be the energy of the future, the reality was different, and petrol, basically oil, was the main source of energy in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and so on. What was the problem? Well, the problem was basically that main petrol companies were national companies, state-owned companies, and they mainly depend on the importation of oil that was coming in many cases from former colonies or former territories that were historically under the control of different European countries. So when France wanted to protect, for example, Total to the intervention or the possibility that other companies use these contacts in order to obtain petrol from different countries that were historically under the umbrella of France. So they tried to make a clear distinction and clear, a clear independence between different countries. That produced basically the problem of the lack of interconnections between different countries. Interconnections basically were created in the former Soviet and communist countries, and these interconnections were used that for example, these gas pipes that we are using now were facilities created by the former communist countries, but we are not, and we still lack of clear interconnection, for example, of gas pipes or oil pipes between different countries of inside the Western European countries, and this is clearly a consequence of history. The European Commission did basically nothing about that, because that was considered part of the sovereignty of different European countries. It was part of the national security. In fact, we can remember that in the 80s, there is a case at before the European Court of Justice about it was Greece against council and parliament, I think, if I correctly remember, and saying that it was not possible to interfere. Greece was angry because the European Union was trying to interfere in its energy policy, and basically the European Court of Justice said that energy policy, energy mix was part of one of the exceptions related to the national security inside the treaties. Well, so since it was not possible, according to the text of the law, the text of the treaties and the case law, to create some sort of energy policy, European policy that could affect the energy mix, what the European Commission did in the late 80s and basically in the 90s was to promote the liberalization of the market. Using the legal basis of the internal market, it promoted a very ambitious policy of liberalization. And finally, there was also some goals, some targets regarding interconnections, but basically these interconnections are not a reality nowadays. Yes, on the paper, it's true that there were European funds in order to promote this interconnection, but the reality, for example, in Spain, it was one of the arguments used in order to put a limit to the price of the gas, that in the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal and Spain are in fact an island, an energy island inside the European Union. They are not real important interconnections to France, for example. And basically, the situation is quite similar between other countries. I will present an infographic about the exchange of energy, and we will see that the exchange of electricity, for example, it's not very high, and it's concentrated basically in very specific countries. Well, the Lisbon Treaty created a revolution about establishing a new article, a new legal base, that is Article 194 regarding energy policy. That was basically, the aim was to create. I'm making a summary. Of course, that the treaty doesn't say cheap, but basically what it's trying to say that one of the aims is to facilitate an affordable price for energy, secure, clean, and of course using the market rules in the market rules in the energy field. However, this Article 194 still remains and special rules regarding energy mix. And the second paragraph says basically that when one of these decisions or directive or regulation or regulations related to energy mix could affect the right of each country to decide on their energy mix, and specific proceedings should be used, and basically the specific proceedings demands unanimity in voting in the council. So energy mix is still now it's something that demands unanimity for being regulated. This is something that it's true, but of course that the European Commission could sorry could avoid this limit by other means, basically about environmental policy, as I will explain right now. Well, but this is the text of the treaty, and basically the states in the treaties had made clear that anything that could affect the energy mix is something that demands unanimity, and so at the end it's something that could be subject to the veto at the council. Well, afterwards, the Lisbon Treaty, and basically during the second decades of the 21st century, there was a clear Europeanization of the energy policy through environmental policy, through greening. And we can see that there are many. I will not mention all the decisions and rules and regulations and directives because they are quite long, but we can say that basically what the European Commission did was to merge energy and climate policy and use basically the legal basis about climate change in order to regulate energy. And basically this regulation, of course, that is not, it doesn't affect only that, but basically they were related to the electricity market. There is a reason for that. It's not something that appears by chance. The real reason is that it's much more easy to regulate electricity, and we will see that this regulation at the end produce a huge reduction in greenhouse emissions in this market, in this field of the energy policy. It's much more easier to regulate electricity. And secondly, there is a question of fact that all the greening policy will run necessary through electricity. I will tell you something that will appear afterwards of my presentation, but basically we can say that, for example, the current step of the gas reduction, it's related to transport, because it's the second main sectors where we are emitting in Europe, and the reduction of emission in transport will necessarily go through the electrification of the transport sector. So if we can control, if we can green the electricity sectors, of course that we will be much more easier to green other sectors of the, not only of the industry, but also of the consumption of energy. And finally, this introduction finished with the idea that in the last 3 years, probably, we can say that we are living a quite interesting period from international relation and international law point of view. The pandemic produced a, this is my personal opinion, but has produced a huge change in the mind of people. The state is back. This is my hypothesis. In many sectors, not only health but also in the economy, and specifically about the energy policy, the question of security of the access to energy, and much more particularly since the war between Russia and Ukraine, it's one of the key elements. So when the Lisbon Treaty talked about cheap, secure, clean, and of course liberalized market for energy, probably nowadays the key element is the element of securitization of the energy, and that's why we are talking. And I'm very sad to say that the question of the environmental aspects of the energy policy are not at this moment and against the general the general press politics of the European Union is not one of the key elements nowadays. Well, let's go to the second point of my presentation. This is just a general description about the periods and targets of the emission reductions. There are basically 4 periods. The first one, I had called it Kyoto First Commitment Period. That is basically was established in 2002, and the target period, of course, was much more later, between 2008 and 2012. What was the target? You can remember that the Kyoto Protocol said established a reduction of 5% for all the states that were part of it. Of course, the European Union wanted to go a bit further and establish for itself a target of reduction of 8%, but it was distributed, it was divided between countries. There was no European policy that could put in practice this target. This division between countries, of course, took into account the situation, the economic development in these countries, and so there were differences, huge differences. Some countries like Portugal could continue increasing the level of emissions. Of course, the baseline was always 1990, and so Portugal could continue increasing the emissions to 27%, and other countries have to, in order to compensate. For example, Luxembourg had to reduce the emission not 8% but 25%. What was the real cut? Well, the real cut was 11.7. That was further than the European target. Not today, but tomorrow in my presentation about the ETS, we will talk about why this reduction was so high. And it is not only because of the European policy itself, but there is some of book cooking in these results. I mean, probably some figures at the beginnings were very high, much more higher than the reality, and so that permitted that the reduction could be so high. But anyway, this is something that we will discuss tomorrow. The second period is the period that is Kyoto second commitment period. Of course, that this period was thought that the Kyoto could be renewed. It was not the case, but anyway, the European Union made the proposal, and this proposal, it's called, of course, the 2020 Climate and Energy Package. The idea, do you remember? It was to reduce 20% of the emissions for 2020, always following 1990 baselines. I mean, if we see the figures in 2018, the European Union was almost near the target. For example, in 2018, the reduction was close to 19%, generally speaking. And finally, in 2020, it achieved a reduction of 31%. Of course, that it was because of the pandemic situation that produced a quite strong lockout of all sectors, and so that this is an explanation of the strong reduction. But generally speaking, we can say that European Union almost obtained this reduction. In this second period, the European Union was responsible for a specific part of this effort, and basically the role of the European Union was focused on the sectors covered by the ETS. So all these sectors, the European Union could establish the cap, and basically through the cap, it could through the reduction of the cap, could promote the reduction of the emissions. We will see tomorrow also about the ETS, that this reduction is focused basically on the electricity sectors, because all the other industrial sectors, they will not almost any reduction. The reduction is 1 or 2% only. So all the sectors that were outside the ETS was a responsibility of the member states. There was also a distribution of goals between different states depending on their capacity and their level of development. For example, some countries could continue increasing the emissions by 20%, for example, case of Bulgaria, and other countries had to go even further, for example, through a reduction of 20%, like the case of Ireland. However, not all the countries achieve their national targets. And there are countries, for example, big countries like Germany, that didn't achieve their national target. So, simply speaking, briefly speaking, we can say that the target was achieved basically in the European side of the policy, which was the ETS, and basically because of the reduction in the production of electricity. We will see that this reduction of emissions in the electricity sectors depends. There are differences in countries, but it depends basically because of the switch from coal to natural gas. Basically, please try to keep that idea, because it will be very important in order to understand other elements of my presentation. Well, the third period is related to the Paris Agreement. You know that the Paris Agreement, member states, in that case, European Union, had to make national proposal, and the proposal is basically the 2030 Climate and Energy Framework that was launched in 2018. The European Union established a target of 40% of reduction from the 1990 baseline. And it was decided that in order to achieve that reduction, it was necessary that non-ETS sectors, that those sectors that are still on the hands of the member states, have to achieve a reduction of 30% from 2005 baselines. Why? Because it was quite clear that the ETS was working more or less good. Of course, that the ETS had many problems about the surplus of free allowance. But anyway, in general speaking, the final figures showed that the reduction was achieved. But on the other hand, those parts of the energy policy that were still in hands of the member states were not working very well. That's why it was decided to move the baselines to 2005. Other reasons was also that those countries that were coming from Central and East Europe didn't want to use 1990 baseline because it was a moment where their economies were in a very bad situation. So they wanted to use a baselines that were further located in time. So anyway, there were huge differences. For example, Bulgaria could continue with their emissions in 2005, and other countries like Luxembourg, the compromise was to reduce their emissions in 40%. Well, the last point that I am afraid it would be very, very difficult to achieve, the last point, the last part, the last period is the European Green Deal. Do you remember the European Green Deal was launched with the current European Commission? It's basically the main policy probably in the agenda of the current Commission, was launched in 2019. And the idea is to achieve the first idea was to achieve the zero emissions for 2050. And of course that there are different proposals, but that the main one it's the idea of Fit for 55. That's could be a reduction of 55% of greenhouse emissions for 2030. We have to say that the detail of this period is not decided yet. The last document that I found, it's a document of the Council of 28th of June of 2022, which says basically that the Council agrees the general approaches for Fit for 55. So it is not quite clear yet how it will be distributed, the effort for this reduction. And there are many doubts about it, because it's not quite clear whether the electricity sector could maintain the reductions achieved during the last decades, because there are huge problems related to the security of the sector itself. We are talking about introducing once again coal in the production of electricity, for example, in Germany, sorry. Of course, in former countries that still used coal in the production, like Poland. And if it is not the case, and we continue with using gas for the production of electricity, it's quite clear that prices will be much more higher. So it's not quite clear if electricity could maintain the reductions achieved for 2020. And the next sectors that will need to have the efforts in order to reduce emissions, which is transport. And for reducing emissions transport, it's quite clear that I said before that it's necessary to obtain the electrification of transport. The problem is that if electricity is much more expensive, also there will be a very, very reduced incentive in order to switch from combustion engines to electric engines. So we are in a very difficult situation. My point of view is that at least for the moment, Fit for 55, it's very difficult to establish a clear distribution of efforts. So it's quite difficult to say how it will be finally put in reality. Well, let's go now to probably too much to the funny part or the most interesting part of my presentation, which are these graphics and figures. Of course, that they are not made by me. I have taken from different other documents. The source is established in the footnote, but it's quite clear to see in one picture, in one image, what is the current situation. This is the first element, the evolution of the carbon intensity of electricity. As I said before, the electricity was the main sectors where all the efforts were concentrated in the second decade of the 21st century. And there is a clear reduction of the intensity. However, sorry, this reduction, I mean, the production of electricity is always much more reduced than the consumption of electricity. Why? Because the European Union still imports electricity from other countries, and particularly from Balkan countries, that where they use a lot of coal in the production of electricity. So if we see the impact of electricity trade with other countries, with fair countries, on the intensity of carbon intensity of the electricity, we can see that focused attention only on production is not having the full picture. Anyway, we can see that this is the good part of the history. We can see that there is a clear reduction of the intensity of the production of the carbon intensity of the production of electricity. However, the previous image was just an average, and this is the real situation between different countries. I put not only EU countries, but also other countries that are in the surrounding of Europe. This is quite interesting because, for example, nowadays United Kingdom is no more a member of European Union, but it's still important to see their consequences. And there are other countries like for example the Balkan countries or Turkey that are suppliers of electricity in some countries of the European Union. So it's interesting also to see whether they have reduced or no the carbon intensity in the production. Well, generally speaking, we see that there is a clear reduction of the carbon intensity, but there are differences, huge differences between countries. Generally speaking, there are three categories of countries. The average, it's around 300 grams of carbon equivalent for kilowatt. However, some countries that are much more below 50 grams, that's those countries that's where the carbon intensity is lower. For example, it's the case of France, it's the case of northern countries. So this is probably the future or probably the target that we should achieve. Of course, the case of France is related to the nuclear power. We can discuss that a bit before. You know that the European Commission has decided recently that natural gas and nuclear power are considered green energies, which is something that I do not agree. But anyway, this is the situation. Then there are other countries that are more or less in the average. This is the case, for example, of Spain, of Belgium, even Italy is almost in the average. And there are other countries that are that have a carbon intensity it's in the higher parts of the list. This is the case of Greece, and this is the case of Germany, for example. You can see that Germany, even though it has reduced a lot, thanks to natural gas coming from Russia, the main source, I will show you another graphic afterwards in order to see the different sources, but it's still around 400 grams. So it is much more higher than the average of the European Union. So I think that we have to take into account this because yes, there are huge differences, and we are not talking about small countries like islands, like this. For example, yes, we have the case of Cyprus or the case of Malta that we can justify that they can use a very high amount of carbon intensity, but we still have big countries, big industrial countries like Germany, for example, where they are clearly over the average, or the case of Poland, for example. This is the differences. This is quite interesting. This is the difference between the intensity between the electricity produced and the electricity consumed. So the natural, I mean, the most natural would be that both could be closed. This is the case of France, for example, or even the case of Spain. However, there are countries where there are huge differences. Do you remember that before I said that Luxembourg was one of the countries that had to make much more efforts in the reduction of the emissions? For example, Luxembourg is one of the countries where there are huge differences between the intensity or the carbon intensity of the electricity produced inside the country, that the intensity that their consumers used, which is basically electricity coming from abroad. So this is something that we shall take into account. Austria, there is another example where, yes, they could achieve internally all the goals of the reduction of intensity in the production of electricity, but they continue importing important amount of electricity from abroad. It's a case of fairness that we have to take into account, not only the intensity of the production, but mainly the intensity of the consumption. Sorry. Well, in this graphic, we can see the exchange of carbon dioxide through electricity trade between European countries. It is very interesting, this graphic, because we can see who are the main actors in the electricity market, and we can see that Germany, for example, it's a very important importer of electricity from different countries, from a quite large number of countries. However, it exports only to two countries, to Poland and to the Netherlands. Also, we can see that France, through the nuclear power electricity, is exporting a lot of electricity to other countries. The case of Italy is also interesting. Italy almost not export electricity. Their role as exporter of electricity is very low. However, it's a very important importer of electricity. So this is quite interesting, because we can see that who are the countries that are much more dependent on other countries, and more particularly who are importing carbon dioxide from other countries where their mix is not so green and as we can expect, or we would like to have. Well, this is the general figure. If we want to have a general figure about the electricity mix in Europe, in average, we can see how, for example, the fossil fuel has reduced, but not so much. We are talking about in 20 years time, from 2000 to 2020. So the fossil fuel has reduced from almost 50% to almost 40%. It's a reduction, of course, but it's not so huge. The renewable energy has increased from nearly 15% to almost 30, almost 35, or close to 40. It depends on we can include or not some sources of energy. For example, we can see that the hydropower has maintained basically, and all the efforts in increasing the participation of green energies, it's due to wind. This is there are another elements that it's important regarding that change that has produced the European Commission about including nuclear power inside green energies. Nuclear power, it's almost stable in 30% among 20 years time. With this change that European Commission has done, including nuclear power as part of the green energies, on the paper, it has produced automatically that almost 60% of all the energy produced in the European Union could be considered green. It's something that I do not agree, but it's something that has been established by the European Union. It is not included, as you can see in this graphic, that it's prepared by Eurostat. But I think that it's a way to try to achieve the targets for Fit for 55 without producing a real change in the market. Well, this is the graphic basically. But however, this graphic is just an average. And this is probably, from my side, the most interesting part of the change between what had been the change in the European Union in each countries between the energy mix in the 90s, in the early 90s, in 1990, in almost 2020, in 2019. We can see that basically in 1990, many countries had solid fossil fuels as main source of for the production of electricity. When we talk about solid fuels, we are talking about basically about coal. This has changed a lot 30 years later. Of course, that there are countries where still use a lot of coal. Is the case of Poland, for example, or the Czech Republic. But generally speaking, we can say that, of course, that wind energy and solar energy has been introduced, but the participation in the mix, it's not very high. It's not very high, except the case of some countries, for example, Greece or even Spain, where solar power it's much more important. Generally speaking, the big change was between coal and natural gas. So what I was trying to say, and this idea is also important to underline, is that although the European Union is making a great effort in order to introduce real green energies like wind production or solar power, in fact, in reality, the big change in the energy mix was produced by the change from coal to natural gas. Of course, that natural gas it's present only in the North Seas in Europe, and the vast majority is imported either from Russia, from the east, or either from the north of Africa. So this change that it was good for greening the energy mix was something that increased the dependency of Europe on energy coming from other countries, other regions of the world. this is a quite important graphic, and basically it's about the energy about the emission of energy, not only on combustion, but also on the construction upstream and other kind of decommissioning of specific plants. Basically, what I would like to say that it is not a good idea to say that natural gas is a green energy, because as we can see, it still produces 400 grams per kilobyte, which is not so high as coal. Of course, coal is almost 1,000, or oil that is almost 800, but it's still very, very high if we compare to, I would like to say, real green sources of energy, which is hydro energy, wind, and solar power. And there, another point that I would like to focus here is that there is a very important difference between wind and solar power. Normally, both are put at the same level as green energies. Of course, that they are much more far away from the emissions produced by coal, oil, or natural gas. But there is still a very important difference between only 10 grams of carbon dioxide per kilobyte of wind energy, if we compare it to almost 40 grams of solar power. The question is whether we, I mean, these sources are taken from a very interesting study of the Joint Research Center, which says basically that there are no studies, almost no economic studies about the emissions produced by the construction and decommissioning of these renewable energy facilities. Normally, when we see all the documents of the European Commission, the policy documents, they only took into account the combustion emissions. This is something important, of course, but if we would like to go further and we would like to achieve the zero emissions for 2050, we have to make a difference not only between dirty sources and green sources of energy, but also to make a distinction between inside the green sources, which are much more greener than others. So this is quite interesting. We can see also the difference between biomass and other sources of energy, and nuclear power, for example. It includes a quite important amount of emission, not only in this construction, but also those emissions for treating all the waste that it produced after the energy is produced. Well, let's go to the dependency, the energy dependency in Europe. We can see that dependency on oil has maintained. In this case, we are not talking only on electricity, but we are talking generally in all the energy sector, all the energy sectors. And we can see that dependency on oil has maintained in above 90% in the last 30 years, but the dependency on natural gas has increased quite a lot, from 50%, which was much more high in the 90s, to almost 80%. We can see that in 2020 there is a fall in the dependency due to the pandemic situation, but we can say that in fact the real figure would be probably 2019, which was at a point of dependency of 90%. So we can see that in both in oil and natural gas, the dependency of European Union is very, very high. However, there are differences between countries. And the bad part of the history is that although there are countries that has changed their situation, for example, in these figures compares the situation in the year 2000 and the year 2020. There are countries like Denmark, for example, where there was no dependency in 2000, and now it has a dependency of 45%, of almost 45%. But generally speaking, there was no change in the last 20 years. So if one of the goals of the energy policy of the European Union was to make it clear, to make it secure the supply of energy, we can say that it's a failure, a clear failure inside the energy policy. I mean, the energy dependency has not changed in 20 years' time. Where sorry, where energy is coming from? Well, this is something that is known because it's on newspaper nowadays. It's coming basically from Russia. For the three main sources of energy that is imported in the European Union, about natural gas, about oil, and about coal. The second supplier, it's Norway. That is quite secure, in principle, a secure supplier. But we will see that regarding natural gas, United States has increasing the levels of provision of natural gas to the European Union. I will go a bit more faster in order to achieve the time. Well, this is something that is quite known, how Russian natural gas is coming to Europe. These are the pipes basically created, except the Nord Stream. All the other pipes were a part of the Soviet facilities, and they are still ongoing. And so this is the explanation why Central and East Europe, and we talk about Central, we include, of course, Germany and Italy, depends on natural gas coming from Russia. This is something quite interesting, and let me show what are the consequences of the Russia-Ukraine war. It is said, and it's true, that the high prices of electricity and energy in general in Europe is due to the high price of natural gas. For example, in the graphic on the left, you will see that natural gas, it's in the red line, it's much more higher than petrol, for example, and it's also much more higher than electricity. However, it is affected not only the energy market inside Europe, but it's also affected the energy market globally. Let me make a difference. Europe was importing natural gas from Russia at a price of almost 10, this is an average, but it's almost 10 euros per unit. However, when we talk about liquid natural gas, that means this gas that is liquid and it's transported by boat, by ships, and it has to pass through a process of regasification. Of course, that the price is much more higher. It was about $20 or 20 euros before the crisis, and nowadays it's almost 50 euros. So the war in Europe, it's producing an increase of the price not only in natural gas but also in liquid natural gas, because the Europe and basically those countries that were former clients of this market, but also the new ones like Germany that is buying a lot of liquid natural gas, is increasing, is pushing the price. However, this is producing a change, an effect only basically only on Europe and China, but not in the United States. Let me show it. In the graphic on the right, we can see that the increase of the price of natural liquid gas, it's almost parallel in Asia, and in Europe, and the natural gas in Europe. But in the United States, they are still using a very low prices. So what I'm trying to say is that the main beneficiary of this crisis is not Russia itself, but it's mainly the United States, which is exporting a lot of natural gas with a quite high price, not only to Europe, but also to Asia. But its industry is enjoying a very, very low price of energy. Well, this is something in order to see who is still buying Russia energy. Well, of course, China, mainly oil, is still buying Russian energy, but also Germany. These figures are taken from all the imports of energy during the first 100 days of the war. And we can see that during this period, Germany still was buying a lot of not only gas, but also oil. And Italy was also importing a lot of energy, and the Netherlands was also importing a lot of energy. So there is a contradiction probably between the official position of these countries against the importation of resources from energy resources from Russia and the reality. And this graphic, we can see who is in fact in reality reducing the importation of energy from Russia. Basically, it's the United States and Sweden. They are the only two countries that accomplish with all the decisions taken in order to reduce the importation. Of course, that there are other countries like Spain, for example, or Finland or Poland has reduced a lot. But there are other countries where the reduction of importation was very, very low. For example, Germany only 8%, or the Netherlands only 5%. And we are finishing my presentation. This is something in order to that's quite interesting in order to achieve my conclusions. We can see that the levels of importation of Russian piped gas that is clearly reducing, and the increase of the US liquid natural gas, it's touching, is finding an equilibrium basically in June 2022. So who is replacing, my question and my answer, who is replacing the importation of Russian natural gas? Basically US liquid natural gas. This is the answer, which is of course at least 5 times much more expensive. Who is prepared for this new scenario of the importation of liquid natural gas? We can see that not all the countries has enough facilities for the regasification of gas. The 3 main countries that are prepared for that are basically Spain, United Kingdom, and France. For example, there is almost no facilities in Germany. And that's why Germany, for example, is using a ship for the regasification of gas, a ship that is being rented from, I think it's from Norway. So this is the situation. So who is much more prepared and who can enjoy in this new scenario lower prices of energy from liquid natural gas from the US? Probably are these 3 main countries: Spain, Britain, and France. Well, let's go to the conclusion so we can start the debate. My conclusion is quite pessimistic, I'm afraid. Firstly, I think that the strong reduction of emission of the European Union energy policy was basically because a change of coal for a natural gas imported from Russia, basically. My second conclusion is that this change in the energy mix decreased the possibility of independence of the European Union regarding energy resources, and at least the situation of dependency, it's exactly the same 20 years after the initiation of this policy. What would be the most positive scenario for the long term? Well, the most positive will be the increasing of solar energy in the south, and more particularly, and I would like to underline, wind energy in the northwest, plus creating facilities in order to create pipes for hydrogen in order to transport this energy from the places of production to the places of consumption. That would be the best scenario for really achieve the zero emissions for 2050. However, in the short term, probably the only replacement for Russian natural gas will be liquid natural gas from the US. And in this sense, Spain, France, and the United Kingdom have the best position in order to obtain this energy from international markets. And the most pessimistic part of my conclusion is that in the case of a shock scenario of complete cut of exportation of gas, which is in principle the situation nowadays because of the intensification of the war in between Ukraine and Russia, the European Union is talking not only of the reduction of the consumption of gas, but also about the reactivation of coal facilities, which will be a step back in the policy of reduction of emission. So I'm afraid that the situation is not very optimistic, I'm afraid. Well, thank you very much for your attention. I know that I gave too much information. I will stop of sharing my screen, and I will close my email because it's making too much sound. And thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that we can discuss any question or any comments with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Justo, for this very comprehensive and complete overview of the situation in Europe. I think it has been very, very useful. And I have many questions, but I would like to know if first, Professor Raulé wants to make any comment, and second, whether the audience wants to also put some questions to you.
Hello. Thank you very much for your great presentation. I do got quite a number of very interesting information from your presentation, and I have to say I got some pictures from your PPT, and I hope that you may allow me to use some of the pictures in my teaching, if it is allowed, because
of course.
some of the PPT, that's very interesting.
Of course, as I said, they are not produced by myself, but you have the source in the footnotes, so you can use of. Don't worry.
Okay. Yes, sure. Thank you very much. That's really very interesting, and you provide us with some very detailed data. I've also got a couple of questions for you, if I may. Okay. So for the first question, at the very beginning of your presentation, you said about that EU member states, the countries have quite a lot of differences in their energy policy, right? However, nowadays, European countries, they came across a problem of dealing the climate problems. So since climate problems of climate and energy have a very close relation with each other, and the EU need to have some integrated actions against climate change. So do you think there should be some kind of integration in the country's energy policy. If EU have integration in their energy policy, how for the countries to keep their diversity as many countries would like to? So there would be some conflict, maybe some contradictions, okay? So how could integration and diversity come together? So that's my first question. And my second, that's about Germany's problems. In recent days, I read about that Germany said they decide to give up their decision about the carbon neutrality by 2035. And they would restart their coal-fired power for electricity. Then will that bring some impact on EU's target for the climate neutrality by 2050? Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, regarding your first question, I have no answer probably. What I would like to underline is that there is no a single energy policy. In fact, a member state never wanted to have a single energy policy. One of the main questions is that energy companies still are basically national companies. So there is a not real, they are not big European energy companies that could produce, and for example, produce in one country, export the energy and trade and commercialize it and sell it in another countries. Unfortunately, probably the only big European integrated company would be Gazprom, which is a Russian one, not a European one. It's only the only company that is integrated in different European countries. And from my point of view, the only way to produce this integration inside the diversity would be through a real integration of facilities. I mean, creating interconnections. This is probably the main problem nowadays. If interconnection of electricity would be a reality, but a real interconnection, because in the interconnection nowadays is so small that in case of crisis, it would not be a solution for example, for supplying, for putting in practice the solidarity that is asking the European Commission, would be the only way to create some sort of integration of different mixed. However, for giving you a figure about that, nowadays there are still huge differences in prices of electricity inside Europe. So each country has basically its own price for electricity, and so that is a clear demonstration that there is no an integration in the market. When if you in one market you have different prices in each region, is because there is no a market. On the other side, I can say to you that probably there was not this is a very personal opinion, of course, but there was not a really fairness in the development of facilities, particularly towards Russia. I mean, Germany tried to monopolize the Russian gas, which was cheap and in principle was much more green than coal and other sources of energy. So during 20 years, probably Germany was enjoying quite low prices of energy, much more lower than other countries. And now that the situation changed, the answer of the European Commission is that we have to, all the countries, including, for example, those countries that are not interconnected to Germany, has to reduce the consumption of energy even in their industry. So I think that there is a problem in the solidarity inside the European Union itself. I mean, when Germany was buying Russian gas very cheap and exporting in a very competitive way their products to other countries, there was no problem. Now that Germany will need to pay exactly the same price that is paying, for example, Spain for their liquid natural gas, there is a problem and we need to make a solidarity. So I think that the only solution would be a real interconnection. And I think that I also answered your question about Germany. I don't think that it's fair to reactivate coal facilities. I don't think so. During the financial crisis, it was said that there was a moral hazard dilemma regarding whether to help countries in the south, whether they could continue spending too much if they receive the solidarity from the north, and in fact it's the case that they are receiving the solidarity from the European Central Bank. I think that we can apply the same argument to Germany. If we permit Germany to reactivate coal facilities in order to maintain their industry in the top level, it doesn't matter the high level of pollution they could produce, it would create a moral hazard dilemma also. So I think that this is the moment that Germany have to change their way of production, and also they have to think, it has to think to adapt its industry to higher prices of energy. This is one point about the internal aspect. There another external aspect that if we are connected tomorrow, we can discuss. I think that's very interesting. Is that the question of the border tax adjustment and the question of the problem of carbon leakage. That this is something that also has to be I mean, this is a problem that has to be aborted.
Thank you very much to both of you. I don't know if there is any other question in the audience. If not, just allow me to. Yes, Min, you wanted to intervene. Go ahead.
Justo, dear Justo, happy to see
Hi.
you. Today, thank you so much for your very meaningful and comprehensive presentation. I have some question. Today, my Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi have some problems, so I cannot get online on time. Sorry, I missed some part of important your part. I have a very interesting and there are a lot of informations and also very latest information, very useful for our for my understanding the now situation in Europe, because you mentioned Russia Ukraine crisis have some big impact on the Europe. I totally agree that now the Russia and the Ukraine crisis make the push the Europe to EU to speed up the strategic autonomy. So in this field, I have one question. Does the Russia and Ukraine crisis will have a negative impact on the EU green transition process? Because I got some message or information that some of our countries wants to how to say wants to use the coal again, the fossil fuels, increase the fossil fuel again, because the energy shortage, the program. The one question. It's the other question is that you have three scenarios for the how to solve the energy program. Is right. First one, long term, short term, and also the short term shocks scenario. I noticed it. My question is: it's possible to enhance the cooperation EU-China in the energy field, because China and the EU has a very long history for the energy cooperation, even the renewable energy and the green energy. So right now, I think it's a very important moment to think about how to deepen cooperation in that field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xiaoming. Well, I am a bit pessimistic about the future of the greening policy of the European Union. I think that this context is a shock of reality about the dependency, and probably in one way or other it will push the European Union to higher prices of energy. This is the context, and my perception is that if we join this element to the renationalization or the reinforcement of the power of the state after the pandemic crisis, I'm afraid that it will push the European Union to a much more protectionism policy regarding external trade. So in order to protect its own industry that it will pay necessary higher prices for their energy, it will try to protect the industry from the trade of third countries, basically, and I have to say that it's frankly speaking, basically from China, basically. There is a field of cooperation, of course that there is. And the point is about the construction of new facilities of renewable energy. As you know, almost all the solar panels that the European Union use now are coming from China. China is the biggest champion in rare minerals in order to produce these panels, and also in order to produce other components that are necessary for these facilities. My question is that, and this is probably a question to you, is that whether the European Union will accept just to continue the importation of these panels, or it will try to create some sort of cooperation in order to permit, for example, the production of Chinese companies, but in the European Union. Because as you know, that the European Union, in general, not only the governments, but also the societies has changed a lot their mind during the pandemic period. You don't know, but we suffered the lack of masks, we suffered the lack of many medical products that were coming from China, and because of the cuts in the supply chains, they didn't arrive to European Union, or they arrived to with a very high price. And so many people now they don't trust anymore in free trade as they did 5 years ago. So they're strong. I think that there is a strong change in their mind in order to make it possible the production of these elements inside the European territory. It doesn't mean a completely independence, of course. It doesn't mean a completely autarky. But I found the possibility of cooperation in order to, okay, the Chinese companies nowadays, they have the know-how in order to produce these solar panels. They have some raw materials in order to do them. Why we could cooperate in order to produce some parts in China, but other parts in Europe? in order to provide Europeans the possibility to have some sort of participation in the production, and so some sort of guarantee in the supply of these key elements for the future transformation. This is a possibility, but I'm just guessing, of course.
Thank you very much, Min. Thank you very much, Justo. We have run out of time, so we have to close this first block of the program, and we give 15 minutes for a break, and we will come back at 1:45 to restart the second part, the second block of this session. Thank you very much, and see you in 15 minutes.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. See you.
Welcome back to this second block of this session devoted to emissions reduction and energy mix, both in Europe and in China. The first block, we have seen the situation in Europe. Now we are going to see the situation in China. And for that, as I already said, we count with Professor Rao Lei. You have the floor, Professor.
Okay, so I will have my PPT. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Oh, great. Okay, good afternoon and good morning. That depends on where you are. My part, that's about China's emission reduction and the energy mix. So I will divide it into two parts. The first part will be China's endeavor to transfer from conventional energy to no carbon energy. And the second part, I will discuss about China's emission reduction measure, mainly about China's emission trading scheme. Okay, so first we come to the first part. As for China's emission, according to International Energy Agency, the Global Energy Review, we know that the whole world in 2021, we have the total carbon emission about 36.3 billion tons. And China's emission contribute about 1/3 of the total world emission, which is about 11.9 billion tons. That's really a big sum. And if we study about China's emission, we may find that 93% of China's total emission comes from the consumption of the conventional energy. So we may say that China's main carbon source, that's about our consumption of the conventional energy, or we say the fossil fuel, okay? However, in China, we have the so-called two carbon targets. The first one is a 2030 target. That is, China should peak the carbon emission by 2030. That's the first target, carbon target. The second one, that's around 2060, China will achieve carbon neutrality around 2030. The two carbon targets were put forward on 2020. Okay, it's our chairman, Xi Jinping who put forward that. And from then on, we worked on to do that. However, as people know, nowadays, we have a big sum of carbon emission. That's 11.9 billion tons. That's a big number. And in 38 years, we should come down to the emission of net zero. It's net zero, okay? So what should we do? As we study our main carbon source, we know that's about energy. So we should try hard to solve the problems of the energy consumption, which cause a lot of emission. For China's energy consumption, nowadays it's a big number. However, about 4 decades ago, it was not a very big number. China's energy consumption increase accompanied with our increasing of economy, or we say economic growth. Simply, we may have a look at our increasing of GDP. In 1978, our GDP, really that's a very small number, okay? And the GDP per capita, in terms of dollar, that's about $229. However, last year, 2021, our GDP increased, you say, dramatically, and our GDP per capita in dollar. So we can see there's a big gap. And we may also see that as the increasing of GDP, so I would like to show you this. So you can see that in 1980s, the top countries by GDP, now you can see China, okay, almost at the bottom. And gradually, after about 40 years development, China's GDP go up. And accompanied with that, there is also great increase of our energy consumption. Okay, so here, you say China is almost come to top 3, and soon top 2. Okay, so as it goes on, we can see the energy consumption also increase a lot. The blue one shows the increase of our GDP, and the orange one, I'm not sure what color on your screen, maybe you're wrong. This one shows the increase of our GDP, energy consumption. Okay, so at the very beginning, when our GDP goes up a little bit, there will be more increasing of energy consumption. Another thing I want to show you, call your attention, is that this curve, this line, you may see that this is the proportion of coal in our energy consumption. And in 1990s, at the top, you may find our proportion of coal in the total energy consumption consists about 76%. That's most of the energy we use, that's coal. And everybody knows that coal gives much, much more emission than other energy. Luckily enough, as we come to the new century, we find that things change a little bit, okay? Gradually change. And after 2009, we find as our GDP increase, the energy consumption, although increase, but increase reluctantly, much slower. Or we say the increasing rate goes down. And this slide shows the proportion of coal. So the proportion of coal in our energy consumption also goes down. It goes down. So this may give you a more clear show about our energy increasing of energy consumption. The brown ones shows the going up of energy consumption, and the black one shows the going up of the coal consumption. And you may find after 2013, the going up of the coal consumption seems down, right? Not goes as fast as the energy consumption. And if you look at this time, this shows the proportion of coal in the energy consumption. That's from 2011, the proportion of coal in the whole energy consumption goes down. And last year, 2021, the proportion of coal, that's about 56%. You still remember that in 1990s, that's 76%, and now 20% down. So as we decrease the consumption of coal, we say the emission, the carbon emission also decrease. And because the increasing of our GDP and the decreasing of the coal consumption, we find that for each unit of our GDP increase, the consumption of energy goes down. That means the emission goes down. We have a term for that. That is our carbon intensity reduce. Carbon intensity refers to the emission per unit of GDP, right? So we find, especially in recent 10 years, our carbon intensity reduce quicker, okay? And we find that China has realized the decoupling of the economic growth and the energy consumption. As the energy consumption, you say, goes up reluctantly, we may find that we got the decoupling of our economic growth and the carbon emission. What we do for all this, that's because China promised to cut down the carbon intensity. In 2009, we said that we would reduce the carbon intensity around 40% to 45% by 2020. The base year, that's 2005. And in 2018, China did the work. The carbon intensity reduced to 45.8. This was announced by our Foreign Minister Wang Yi at the Climate Action Summit at New York. So China achieved this 2020 goal, you say, in advance. And the next, at Paris Agreement, China's INDC, that's the intended nationally determined contribution, okay? China's INDC is to cut down carbon dioxide emission per unit of GDP. That means the carbon intensity, cut down the carbon intensity by 60 to 65%. Also, the base year is 2005, okay? And we will try to reach this 65%. So here I would like to show you about the data provided by PricewaterhouseCoopers to show about the countries, the top countries with the carbon intensity decreasing. That's from 2014. And China, the decreasing of carbon intensity, that's top 1 in the world. The next year, top 2. And the next year, top 1 again. And we also find that in the following years, China's carbon intensity reduce keep to be above the world's average level. So what measures we adopted to reduce the carbon intensity? We may have different ones. For example, we adjusted our industrial structure and we increase the sector of the tertiary industry, for example. What I want to talk about here, that's about our adjusting of the energy structure. That is to decrease the proportion of coal in the total consumption of energy. That the decreasing of coal consumption contribute quite a lot. Of course, nowadays, China still has a big sum of consumption in coal. Our total energy consumption, that's still quite a lot. And the coal consists about 56%. I have mentioned that. It's still more than half, right? Because China is rich in coal. We lack oil, we lack natural gas. And comparatively speaking, China has more coal mine. So even with our endeavor to reduce the proportion of coal, we can hardly say that we can get rid of coal, as some European countries said. What we would do in later part, I will tell you, we would like to do more to have more clean use of the coal, for example, okay? Especially for the electricity power to produce electricity, okay? In China, most of our electricity depend on the coal-fired power plants. So nowadays, we have tried to increase the clean energy electricity. Till last year, 2021, clean energy power, electricity power consists about 25.5% of our total energy consumption, okay? But in my province, in Sichuan province, we have quite a lot of hydro power. 80% of our electricity come from hydro power. That's different from that in the whole country. For the whole country, most of our electricity power, that's depend on coal-fired power, okay? Maybe some people will say, since China have a lot of emission, why not you increase your carbon sink to absorb more emission? In 2021, the total carbon sinks in China are around 1.11 billion tons, roughly. And our emission, that's 11.9 billion tons. So there's a very much big gap between the two. Even we double or we triple our carbon sink, that could be not enough. However, I have to say, we are doing a lot of work to increase our forest, okay? Last year, I think, or the year before last, I got data from NASA, United States. They say that from the from their information, their photos from the universe, they can see that there's increasing green forest in Asia. Most contribution that's from China and from India, because we increase a lot of forest and grassland. However, the carbon sink that's quite limited compared with the emission by the consumption of conventional energy. Okay, so what we should do, that's still we have to focus on the emission of emission by the energy. So for China, how to transfer to low carbon energy, that's our task. We think about that. Since we can hardly get rid of, or give up the conventional energy, especially in China, we can hardly say we get rid of coal. Then we should have clean use of the conventional energy. We should have the innovation in our technologies to do the work. That's on one side. On the other side, we should increase the clean and renewable energy in China. So first, we would like to talk about the clean use, how to clean use of the conventional energy. For example, in China, I think let's start from more than 10 years ago. We had a very well-known program that's to replace coal with electricity, or simply sometimes we call it as to turn from coal consumption to electricity consumption, or turn from coal consumption to natural gas consumption. In that way, we stop the consumption of silver bulk coal, especially in the city. So for example, in my city, in Chengdu, about 20 years ago, we started to do that. In the downtown of this city, we do not use coal, okay? And gradually, in recent years, it is expanded. Even in the suburb of the city, we do not use coal anymore. What the household and the firms and the restaurant, stores, malls, whatever, we use electricity. And for restaurant, they can use natural gas, okay? So in this way, in the big cities, emission goes down, especially for the north part of China, because in the north part of China, in winter, it could be very, very cold. So they need to have heating. And in the past, around about 20 years ago, I say, every winter, if you go to the north part of China, go to the cities in north, you may find that they have very serious air pollution. And in recent decade, things change a lot, especially in recent 5 or 6 years. Things change a lot, okay? So the stop consumption of civil bulk coal reduce the emission in the center, especially the downtown of the cities. You may also say, oh, if you turn to electricity consumption, and just now you said your electricity in China mainly depend on coal-fired power plants. They also give emission. It's true, yes. So for the second, how to make clean use of coal for our coal-fired plant. That's a very interesting task for them. So they try to have more efficient use of coal to produce electricity, what to do? First, they would use more clean coal. So that we have the coal washing technology to reduce the carbon emission of the coal, make the coal to be more clean. They may also have some other technologies. So the coal would be more clean, and at the same time, no matter how clean the coal is, they still give emission. Then the coal-fired power plants, they adopt CCUS technologies to have end treatment so as to eliminate the carbon emission. I think everybody have heard about CCS. That's carbon capture and storage. And in China, for China, it's China who put forward one more letter here, U. CCS becomes CCUS. What is U? Utilization. So China put forward this idea to have CCUS. That means we should try to use the captured carbon dioxide. In this way, we can benefit more from this CCS technology. So I would give you some about the cases in our coal-fired power plants. Just now I've mentioned about their clean coal technologies as coal washing, okay? As they do that, they not only have coal desulfurization, but also have the coal decarbonization, okay? So the coal become more clean and give less emission. There are still some other technologies. Since I'm not an engineer, I'm not very familiar with those technologies, but I know China, we have some innovations in the clean coal technology, which could be advanced in the world, okay? And for our coal-fired power plant, more started to have the CCUS technology to have end treatment. Example is like the Energy China, they did quite a lot of demonstration project of CCUS. Till now in China, we have about 40 CCUS demonstration projects for the coal-fired power plants. The biggest one now in operation, already in operation, it is Jinjian power plant built by Energy China. And it has an annual capacity, capture capacity of 150,000 tons for each year, okay, for 1 year. And over 90% of the emission, carbon emission, could be captured. And the captured carbon dioxide were used for what? For carbon dioxide drive. We simply call it, ordinarily, we often call it as oil drive. That's a method to enhance oil production. So we can use it, the captured carbon dioxide, for oil production. And nowadays, also Energy China, this is a very big company, state-owned company, okay? And it is building a new CCS project at Gansu province. It will be finished or put into operation at the end of next year. And at that time, it could be the biggest CCUS project in the world, because till now, we have two CCS projects with a capture capacity over 1 million tons. One is in America, another one is in Canada. So China is building the third one over 1 million ton capacity, okay? And for this project, since it is quite big, so they built the pipeline transportation for the captured carbon dioxide, because transportation with pipeline, it may lower down the cost for transportation. However, it demands it should be a big scale. You say we should have the scale of economy, okay? Also, over 90% of their emission would be captured for the oil drive, also for the utilization. And the purity of the finished product is about 99.5%. That's almost pure, okay? So the carbon dioxide captured will be transported by the pipeline to oil field to enhance the oil production. Then, by way of clean the coal and by way of the end treatment for the emission, we reduce the emission. Most of the emission could be reduced, okay? So we will try to make good use, clean use of the coal. However, still we are going to go on reduce the coal consumption. In November 2021, China and the United States, we announced a joint Glasgow Declaration on enhancing climate action in the 2020s. In that summit, China promised to gradually reduce coal consumption during the 15th five-year plan period, and will do its best, China's best, to speed up the work. So China have this promise to go on reduce the coal consumption. So on one side, reduce the coal consumption. On the other side, since we cannot give up coal consumption, we try our best to have the clean use of coal. And with CCUS technology to eliminate the emission of the coal, most of the emission of the coal, okay? In addition to the clean consumption of the conventional energy, we also working hard to increase our consumption of clean and renewable energy. So for renewable energy in China, we mainly have this hydro power, wind power, solar power. They are the top three. And for the others, that could be minor in China. And in my province, we have plenty of hydropower. Just now, I think I've mentioned about that. 80% of the electricity in my province, Sichuan province, come from hydropower. And China, we have, comparatively speaking, I think we have more advanced technologies in hydropower, okay? So in my province, we did a lot on this. So recently I'm talking with the local some other scholars and about the bank and some industries, we talked about that. Why not our province try to achieve the carbon neutrality in our electricity produce? Okay, we have 80% from hydropower and only 20% from coal-fired power in my province. So it would be more convenient for us to increase more renewable energy in our electricity power production. Okay. And we also, China also try to increase the clean energy, especially in electricity power, this sector. For clean energy, we regard natural gas as clean energy. Of course, we know that natural gas also gave emission. However, the emission caused by natural gas, that's much lower than coal and even oil. So natural gas and also nuclear power in China, we all regard them as clean energy. So we would like to increase the clean energy as natural gas, nuclear power, and other renewable energy, especially wind power, solar power. We are trying hard to increase this, especially in the western part of China. Maybe you know that in the western part of China, we have more vast land, but with less population. We have a sparse population in west, and we have very dense population in east part of China. So the energy consumption in east part of China, they demand more, they need more energy consumption, okay? So as we increase our renewable energy, we say we have a very important thing for that. That's in 2005, we have the Renewable Energy Law of China, okay? This law provides us the legal base for us to have more quick increasing in renewable energy. And this law encourages various ownership entities, public or private, okay? So various ownership entities to participate in the market of renewable energy, okay? And in 2007, we got the overall goal to have made the overall goal of making renewable energy consumption ratio up to 10% by 2010 and to 15% by 2020. However, I think this one for 2020, we did not achieve it yet. So around 2020, that's about 2021, that's 14.2%. As for this, okay? So later we will do more for this, okay? Increasing the energy, increasing the renewable energy consumption, the proportion of renewable energy consumption, okay? And in 2016, we also said that we will increase the non-fossil energy consumption. The exact data number that could be 15% by 2020 and 20% by 2030, respectively. So that means nowadays we talk more about clean energy, So this shows the increasing of the proportion of clean energy in China, the proportion. So in 2017, the proportion of clean energy just about 20%. 0.5% in China, but last year, 2021, it reached 25.5%. That's, I think, 5% increase. It shows that we put effort on that, and we still working on to increase the proportion of clean energy. We said that we may find that in our 14th five-year plan on the renewable energy development. So our 14th five-year plan, that's from 2021 to 2025. Maybe I should say a few words about our five-year plan. In China, we often have a plan for 5 years. This work started in 1953. So in 1953, we start to have the first five-year plan. And then after the first one, we have the second and then third. So each 5 year, we have a plan for that. And for the whole, let the whole country know what we should do within this 5 year. We should achieve what kind of goal, right? From then on till now, there was a break in 1960s and 1970s, yeah. But later, soon, we start again. So now we are during the period of 14th five-year plan. That's from 2021 to 2025. So at the end of 2025, or we say by 2025, we would increase the long fossil electricity generation. We want to reach around 39% of our electricity generation should come from long fossil electricity. Now it's more than 70%, 75, around 75%. Okay, so we will increase the non-fossil electricity generation. For renewable electricity consumption, we want to go increase the proportion for that. That's around the 33. The proportion could be 33% of the total electricity consumption. And we also said we should increase renewable energies other than hydroelectricity, because you know that in China, hydroelectricity, that's more, you say, the local in different provinces, especially in the western provinces, we would like to increase more hydroelectricity because we are good at that and we have that kind of resources more. However, according to our 5-year plan, we want to increase some of the other renewable energies as wind power and solar power. We need to do more in that sectors, okay? So we got the plan and we are working on that. All those can show that China put great effort on the energy activities to transfer our conventional energy to low carbon energy. In addition to these energy activities, China still have some carbon reduction measures. For example, now we have our national ETS, which started last year. And the estimated of our ETS will cover 40% of our national carbon emission. So we come to the second part, and I would like to introduce you a bit about China's emission reduction measure, our ETS. So for China's ETS, I have to say that we learn from EU ETS. Yeah. as EU ETS, I think tomorrow some other professors will introduce you about more about the EU ETS. So for EU ETS, I won't say much about that. I just want to say that ETS nowadays is regarded as an efficient market-based measure for emission reducing. So compare with others, since it is market-based, it could be more efficient, okay? And EU ETS also uses a cap and trade. I think you have heard about that cap and trade. So there will be a cap, the cap that would be the selling for the emission, okay? And the trade, that means the entities, they could trade with their EUAs, EUAs, European Union allowances. For European Union allowances, they have 3 modes of allocation for EUAs: grandfathering, benchmarking, auctioning. It's easy for us to understand the benchmarking and the later two, but for grandfathering, that is to, you say, allocate the EUAs according to either the historical or expected requirements of the allowances by the entities. That means at the very beginning, EU ETS start, the entities, how much their emission is, they could get the EUAs. 95% of the EUAs are, you say, distributed to them free of charge. 95% free of charge, and only 5%, you say, for auctioning, okay? So that's at the beginning. And for EU ETS, for China's ETS, we almost just learn to do that. We learn from EU ETS. Of course, with a little bit adjustment. For example, in EU ETS, you have banking and borrowing. Banking, when we say like that for entities, if they have more EUAs for this year, and they would not consume all of them, so they can store the EUAs for next year, okay? So they store for tomorrow. And borrowing, that means the entities, if they find that their EUA is not enough for this year, but they know that for the next year, they would have some new technologies, new equipment to reduce their emission, okay, they can borrow the EUAs of the next year, and they could have more for this year. So as for this, banking and borrowing EUAs in China, for our pilot carbon market in Hubei, I will tell you that soon, we find that they say, no, we do not allow banking and borrowing, right? So China's national ETS, that's, when we say, we simply learn from EU ETS. However, we do not have the national ETS at the very beginning, at first, no. We have the pilot carbon markets. They come first. For China's national ETS, it is built according to the experience or based on the experience of the pilot carbon markets. For our pilot carbon market, at first, it starts from 5 cities and 2+1 province. What does that mean? The 5 cities, that's Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, Chongqing, and Shenzhen. These 5 cities, they start to have ETS at first, okay, as a pilot. And 2 provinces, Guangdong province and Hubei province, are covered as the pilot ETS. Fujian province, it is at very beginning not covered by the pilot carbon market. However, Fujian province says, oh, we volunteer to start the pilot carbon market. So that we have 5 cities and 3 provinces. And this pilot carbon market starts from 2013. And we find that later we find Hubei province, their pilot carbon market would be the most successful one in China. So here I would like to introduce you a bit about our ETS in Hubei. Hubei started to have ETS in 2014. At first, they cover 166 entities in their ETS. And as they decide which entities covered in, you say the entities should meet this energy consumption, this threshold. That's each of the entity, they consume more than 60,000 tons of standard coal each year. So that's about the energy consumption. Okay, so starting 2014. And later in 2018, more entities covered by Hubei ETS. And in 2019, 373 entities covered. And these entities come from the industries, the following industry. That's the industries covered by Hubei ETS. You can see that electric power, that's energy sector, okay? And some others as energy intensive industries, especially about petrochemical, chemical, and metal, and steel, and so on. These are very much energy intensive. So we can see that these entities, they give a lot of emission because they are energy intensive. So Hubei covered them in their ETS as the pilot carbon market. So for the allocation of the allowances in Hubei, it's free, okay? And the cap in these years, we may find the cap decrease. In 2020, only 166 million tons decrease. However, we remember that the entities covered by Hubei ETS become more. At the very beginning, only 166, and in 2019 increased to 373. Yes, more entities covered, you say, and the cap goes down. So for Hubei, this pilot market, they made some difference, although Hubei followed EU ETS model. And European Union, they provide technical support for the design of Hubei's ETS, right? So there's a cooperation between China and the European Union in our design of pilot carbon market and also the national ETS, okay? In Hubei, they do not allow banking of the allowances. All those which are not completed should be cancelled. Okay, also no borrowing. That means Hubei ETS seems to be more strict or demanding. I'm not sure about the word I use, okay. But for Hubei ETS, they also allow the entities covered by Hubei ETS to use CCERs to meet, to achieve their goal. Of course, only less than 10% of the allowances for the entities. That means all the entities, they can buy about 10% of the CCERs to fulfill their task for the emission reduction. As for CCERs, I think you all know about CERs, right? CCERs means, first the C refers to China. China's CERs. CERs, that's a certified emission reduction. Maybe I say a few more words about CERs. For CERs, that's earned by CDM. At Kyoto Protocol, there are 3 flexible emission reduction mechanisms. One is ETS, as we are talking about. The second one is a clean development mechanism, we say as CDM. That's entities from developed countries and cooperate with the firms in developing countries to have emission reduction project at developing countries. So they can earn CERs, the certified emission reduction credit. And the developed countries entity can, you say, take these CERs back to their home country to meet their part of their emission reduction targets. So that's CDM. And the third one, that's joint implementation. It's almost like CDM, but it's between the developed country and the developed country entities. They have a cooperation. So for CDM, that's what we talk a lot in China, because we also have some CDM project. And for Hubei ETS, they allow their entities to use China's CERs provided by the entities within Hubei province. They are not covered in Hubei ETS, but they would volunteer to have emission reduction project to reduce their emission. So they earn CCER, China's CERs. So those entities who covered by Hubei ETS, they can buy the China CERs to meet their target for their emission reduction. Of course, only at most 10%. So most of their work they should do by themselves to cut down their emission, right? So that's about the pilot market in Hubei. We say Hubei is the most successful one in China, and China's national ETS is based on that of Hubei ETS. In November 2017, China announced to start national ETS, which would only cover the electricity industry at the very beginning. So at first we discussed about 8, and then reduced to 3, and at last we say only 1 electricity generation covered by our national ETS at the very beginning. So we said for the first year, we have registration and the data connecting. The second year, we'll have the trial operation. And the third year, that's 2020, national ETS should be in implementation. However, in 2020, we were not ready yet. So it delayed. And finally, it started on July 16, 2021. The first trade come. So last year, we started to have our national ETS. And the covered 2,162 electricity power generation companies, their total carbon dioxide emission are over 4 billion tons. I got the data yesterday, I think. That's around 4.5 billion tons. So in terms of the covered emission, we say China's national ETS could be the biggest one in the world. However, in terms of the trade, EU ETS is the biggest one. Okay, so we come to the day, July 16, 2021. That day, the opening price of our CEAs, that's the carbon emission allowances in China, okay? The opening price of CEAs, that's 48 yuan for each ton. And the closing price, 51.23 yuan each ton. And the first day, the trade, that's about, they traded about 4.1 million tons the volume. And that's 210 million yuan for the total sum. Okay, that's the first day. But we will expand our national ETS to cover 7 more sectors as the petrochemical, chemical, industry, building materials, industries, and steel, and so on. So we will expand the coverage of ETS, and in recent years, I think that's to cover the other 7 by 2025. Okay, for this, you can see that that's the start from the starting day till the end of last year, 2021. The volume of the trade, although at the first day there is a fly start, but soon it come down. And at the end, the last 2 months of last year, the volume goes up, right? And for the price of our, you say, the price of the trade, it goes down, and then at the end of the year goes up to more than 50 yuan. And recently, in recent days, I checked the price, average price in recent days, that's around more than 50, that's from 50 to 60 yuan about that price, okay? And as for the entities covered by China's national ETS, we can see that they are, you say, power plants, okay? And the numbers of the entities by province, we can see the top 5 are Shandong, Jiangsu, Inner Mongolia, Zhejiang, Henan, okay, and Shanxi, okay. The top are these provinces. And the blue one shows the public plants, and the brown one shows the captive plants. Maybe you will ask, what is the captive plant? For the captive plant, that belongs to certain industries, because those industries could be very much energy intensive. So they need their own power plant, electric power plant, to provide them with the electricity. So these plants are just for these industries, for them, not for the public. Only at very extreme case, for example, there is a cutoff for the power for the city or something like that. Only at a very urgent time, this captive plant may provide electricity for the household, but normally that's for the industry, okay? So you may see that for those industries who have the captive plants, they are very much energy intensive and they will have more emission. Next, I can show you that for what kind of industries have their own captive plant, captive power plant. They are, for the most, they are chemical, petrochemical, pharmaceutical. This industry have the most captive power plants in China. The second one is pulp and the paper industry. Third one, other mining and the metal. That's top three. So we can see that these industries are energy intensive and they give a lot of emission. And that's why in recent years, by 2025, we would cover most of these industries into our national ETS. And we also want our national ETS may have its contribution to the carbon reduction. Okay, so you say we have energy activities, we have national ETS, the measures of carbon emission reduction. These measures work together, which may help us to peak our carbon emission by 2030. And we also may do more in this so as to achieve our 2060 target as carbon neutrality. I think I've finished my presentation and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Raolei, for this wonderful presentation of all the efforts of China to reduce emissions and also to see how is the energy mix in China nowadays and how it can evolve in the future. I give the floor first to Professor Justo Corti for some comments or questions. And then I will give as well the opportunity to the audience to comment or ask questions. Justo, whenever you want.
Thank you, Jerónimo. Thank you, Professor Riley. I really enjoyed very much your presentation. I learned a lot, so thank you very much. I think I have 3 questions, but they are much more regarding facts or regarding your expectation. My first question is a geopolitical one. You mentioned you explained very well this interesting project about carbon capture, and I was wondering whether since currently Russia is not exporting any more gas to Europe, and probably even though all these troubles regarding the war in Ukraine could be solved in 1 year or 2 years' time, probably Europe will not like to buy anymore this huge quantity of Russian gas. What are the expectations of creating pipe facilities in order to export gas from Russia to China? Is it possible? Are these questions on the table of the Chinese government? This is my first question. The second question is about the project of carbon capture itself. I don't know whether is there any kind of study about not only the carbon that these facilities can capture, but also the intensity that of carbon production during the construction of the facility itself. I don't know whether the construction of these facilities is very intensive in carbon emission or not, And so probably there is no data on that. In fact, in Europe, it's very difficult to find data, and the ones that I offer were just estimations, but I would like to know if there is any study about that. And my third question is about the Chinese ETS scheme. You mentioned that the national scheme has a price of around, if I correctly remember, 50 yuan per ton, more or less. It would be taking into account the exchange of today, it would be around 6 euros per ton for our colleagues for Europe. You know that one of the main problems of the European ETS was that due to the free allocation of rights during a long time, the price was too low in order to be an economic incentive to industries in order to invest in more efficient technologies. So my question is, do you think that this price would be enough for Chinese power plants in order to make the necessary effort and investment in order to reduce the emissions, or in order to have a better technology? Thank you very much.
Okay, so I would start from the third one, okay, about our ETS. The price of the ETS, recently that's around 50 to 60 yuan. It's about around 7 to 8 euro recently. And compare with the price at the EU ETS, it's quite low. Yes, it is. However, in China, 60 yuan or 50 yuan, recently I took part in a roundtable discussion with the engineers in some CCUS project. They said, if we can get 50 yuan for our carbon reduction, that could be helpful. What they say is that when they have a CCUS, they captured the emission and they use the carbon dioxide, right? However, the emission they captured, they could not put that into the market to sell. And we also asked the question, it's 50 yuan, okay? Even if you put into the market, that's not much. Compare with your cost to capture the carbon dioxide. We asked about that, and I remember the director of the engineer, he said that nowadays we have lowered down the cost for the carbon capture. It's around 300 yuan for each ton. Okay, and as we increase the CCUS, for example, next year we will have the plant, with a capture capacity more than 1 million pounds. So at that time, if that's the scale increase, the cost will go on to decrease. And the engineers, they say, we are working to lower down the cost to about 150 yuan. 150 yuan, okay? And he said, if we could sell our, the captured emission for this 1.5 million ton for each year, even 150 yuan for 1 ton, that's a sum of money for us. We could go on lower down our cost for capture the emission, right? That help or not. So I think nowadays although for our ETS, the price really it's not, I think not enough to let ETS go on, and not enough to stimulate the industries, the entities to do the work much. However, as our ETS expand, in recent years, we will expand to, by 2025, we will expand to altogether 8 industries, more entities in ETS. And as the pressure for the carbon reduction, you say increase, we can see our market may be expand. Okay, and I think that in the future, I believe that the price might go up, right? Because there will be more entities demand that, and the pressure for carbon reduction will be more tense. No, that will cause the rise of the price. That's for your third question. For the first one, that's about the import of Russian energy, right? Yes.
Yes.
As
yes.
for the import.
Yes, I was thinking on natural gas, basically, or about the possibility on natural gas from by new pipe facilities.
Mm-hmm. As for the import of the energy, I think China import quite a lot of energy from different countries, not only Russia. In fact, the trade between China and Russia, that's a very small number. Compare with our international trade with Asia, with European Union, with United States, compare with that, and with Japan even, we may find our international trade totally with Russia takes a very small part. So although I did not do much research on the international trade between China and Russia, so I did not have much data, or I do not have much information about the trade between China and Russia, because what I specialize in, that's China and the European Union. That's my specialization. And I only just read a little bit about the trade between, or read a little bit about data about between China and the trade between China and Russia. So maybe I could not provide you more about the information about the trade between China and Russia for you. I'm sorry for that. Yeah. Oh, I forgot the second one, sorry.
Yes, the second one, about the whether there are studies about the intensity of carbon emission of these carbon capture facilities. I'm talking about the construction.
Construction?
Whether you
how
know
to reduce the carbon intensity?
No. If we can measure not only how much carbon these facilities can capture, but also take into account how many meters of carbon are emitted during the construction of these facilities, whether they are quite intensive in energy during the construction of them.
You mean for the construction of the facilities to reduce carbon reduction, right?
For capture the carbon dioxide. You mentioned 2 examples about 2 facilities that can capture carbon dioxide.
You mean You are talking about,
Beginning.
let me see.
There was a picture. Yes, this one, for example.
Yeah, this one
Yes,
about the CCUS.
Yes, my question is, are these facilities intensive in energy during the construction of them, because the materials that we use, etc., that could be taken into account in the impact on climate change during the construction of them?
I see. Of course, if we want to do the construction for this, okay, we need, for example, the construction materials, there are steel and others building materials. These building materials and steel, they are energy intensive. So if we want to build such CCUS project, we need the materials, we need the construction, and they are energy intensive industry. That's true, yes. However, the result, you see, for as they start in operation, they can, you say, reduce more emission. Okay, so that would last for a lot of several decades to capture emission. So we should not only, of course, we need to calculate how much emission it would cause for building this project. However, we should also calculate how much emission they would capture in the future. Okay, if the benefit of capturing the emission is more than the cost for building the project, then that would be helpful for the emission. Okay, so when we study something, economically speaking, we will calculate benefit and cost. If cost exceeds benefit, no, we won't do that. However, when benefit exceeds cost, then we have to calculate. Maybe that's a good job, right? So that's why we want to do this CCUS project, because on one thing they can capture the emission. On the other thing is that we could hardly now to say we give up coal, because our country rich in coal, but we lack oil. Okay, we cannot say we get rid of. So we try our best to have clean use of our coal. Use coal, but with less emission. That's what we want to do, okay? We hope that with our innovation and the improvement in the technology, we can benefit from this technology. Is that all right? Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you. I don't know if in the audience there is any other question. May I put very short questions to both of you? In your presentations, you only mentioned, but you didn't enter into the detail of which could be the role of nuclear energy in both Europe and China. What's your view about it? Secondly, what's the role of reduction of consumption, particularly of consumers and houses? We are seeing now that in Europe, for instance, that there are some demands or some campaigns asking also citizens to not consume so much, particularly natural gas, because of the political context. So do you see that there is a role there, and to what extent do you think it's an important role? My final comment and question is, well, you have very much focused on the situation in China, the situation in Europe. I mean, both the EU and China are global actors, very, very important global actors. And I think in particular in climate change fight, they are going to become even more important in the future. They are already, but they are going to become even more important in the future. So I ask you to say something about what is, in your opinion, the possibility of contributing to that global governance of climate change, the position of EU and China in this regard. How do you see the role of each of the areas in that contribution to a better global governance of climate change? Thank you very much.
All right, I would like to say a few words at first. As for nuclear power, in China, we say we will go on to have nuclear power because it is regarded as clean energy. And in our 14th and 15th, in our 14th five-year plan, we said we will increase renewable and clean energy, including nuclear energy. We said that, so we are doing that. However, for nuclear power plant, we have some cooperations with some with some French corporations, right? So we have that, but for nuclear power, I think it takes just a small part in China's energy. For the whole energy consumption, nuclear power just consists of a small part yet. And I think for many people, including me, for example, you say, I still have the part, or you say worry about that if there's a nuclear power around our place. Some people may have worry about that. So for the security, okay, especially after the very big accident in Japan, quite a lot of people worry about that. So maybe that could be kind of thing why we can, you say, hardly increase very quick of the nuclear power. That's personal opinion about that. And also, I think in Europe, in European Union, in some countries, they have very good skills in nuclear power, for example, in France, okay? And, but in other countries, maybe not. For example, in Germany, okay? So for me, I think nuclear power in China, it will be increased, but still it could be a minority, right? So that's what I know about my personal opinion about nuclear power. And for the global governance of climate change, I think for this one, China is now trying to take its role, or China is trying to be more responsible for that. I still remember about 20 years ago, we were criticized by by some countries, including European countries, why China has such a big increase in emission, and why you do not think about having the decrease of the cap, right? So, however, we have to think about that. As a developing country, China, we still have especially in the west part, as in my province, in the west part of China, we still have some countryside mountain areas. Okay, at that time, we still need the development to deal with the poverty. That was a very important thing for us. However, after decades of working in recent years, especially in the recent decade, China, you say, as we gradually accumulate some of the, base, we got something, we could do something for that. So that's why nowadays, in recent decades, especially in recent 5-6 years, China takes more active attitude in the global governance of climate change. That's also why China have the 2 carbon target, 2030 target and 2060 target. So we do all this. That shows our determination to have the contribution for the global governance of climate change. We should do our own work to contribute for the tackling of climate change in the world. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you. Well, regarding nuclear power, well, I am not expert about nuclear security, so I think that I am not the right person in order to give opinion about it. My perception, and this is not a perception as an expert, this like I'm speaking as a citizen, is that nuclear power, at least in Europe, will not increase a lot its participation in the energy mix. I think it's correct, and this is also a perception of a person that's not expert, that the risks are higher than the benefit, but probably nuclear will maintain its participation in some countries. In France, as was mentioned by Raoul, will continue probably afterward. This is the situation about lack of supply of energy from Russia has found a lot of arguments in order to maintain its policy based on nuclear power. We have the project about nuclear fission that could be a good opportunity in 10 or 15 years in order to improve the nuclear participation in the energy mix. But up to now, in Europe, I think, and there is no space for a great increase. It could be different in other countries, and probably in developing countries, and in that I agree with Raoul, and I will connect this idea with the first one about the governance of climate governance between the EU and China. I agree that China is exporting a lot of very efficient and quite low price nuclear plants, for example, to Latin America. And I think that this kind of collaboration will continue in the future. I think that the collaboration specifically between the EU and China in the climate field will need to be in order to, and in that point I agree with the Chinese policy, in order to distribute and also try to convince other countries, particularly developing countries, that's mainly they see China as the model to follow, the model of development to follow, that the climate policy is an important policy. And in this sense, I think that the strategy of conflict that the European Union had during Kyoto and during Copenhagen and up to Paris, and probably the Paris is the best example of the change in this policy, that there could not be European Union had a quite paternalism policy of trying to just to export its model to other countries, and it doesn't work. I think the collaboration, and particularly this quite interesting initiative of reducing the intensity of emissions, taking into account the growth of the country, the policy that China has defended during quite a long time. It's the right strategy for many developing countries. So in this sense, I think that the collaboration is very useful. But on the other hand, I think that trade has a lot to make in this collaboration. I mean, it's necessary to change our point of view, not only on the production of the emission, but also on the consumption. I think this is nowadays when we have a quite integrated international markets where products travel a lot from different countries, and finally they end in a former industrialized country. And I say former because nowadays this conception is old-fashioned. I think that it's necessary that consumers, particularly in the US and Europe, pay all the emissions that are made, not only in the countries of origin, but also on the transportation. It's not fair that we focus the attention only on the electricity that we consume in our houses, and we not take into account all the emissions that are produced in these products that are traveling around the world. And this point is connected with the second question about the consumption. You said, Jerónimo, whether consumption is important. Yes, it's important, but we have to change our mind. And I think the focus is not only the consumption of energy directly. This is something that will arrive necessarily by the increase of the prices of energy. Then I think that will arrive. I think that higher prices of energy are here. It doesn't matter the crisis in Russia and Ukraine. I think that we really need to pay more for the energy that we are consuming. And so directly, for example, I give you an example. The reduction of consumption in general terms, I mean in proportional terms, has been produced not only in Europe, but also in the US in the last 10 years. So it's something, I mean, there are some trends in the international markets that are independent on the policy that we are applying. I think that climate change, it's a real important challenge for our societies, for the humanity as a global, and we can apply different policies, different strategies, but at the end, the reduction of consumption will arrive because we have to pay more for the energy that we are taking from the planet. But anyway, I think that, as I said before, it's necessary to work, as Raul said, we need to work about that. It's necessary to work about the impact of trade, of international trade on climate change, and particularly we need to, it's urgent to have a good accountability of all the emissions that different products are produced in different places of the world. And in that sense, the collaboration of the EU and China as a huge trade partners is essential. If both of them could agree common standards in order to tackle and in order to make a surveillance of these emissions, it would be the best way to have a global system in order to have a real idea of this emission and is not taken into account up to now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both of you. Thank you very much to all the attendants. And we close this wonderful session, and we will retake at 2:30 for the session precisely devoted to the role of consumers in all these, in both at global level in general. So thank you very much, and see you later. Go ahead.
Okay, many thanks, Jerónimo. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to introduce these two guest speakers and close friends, David Robinson, Jorge Galán, who are really expert on energy regulation, and mainly on the role of the consumers in these difficult times on the so-called transitional period, the energy or ecological transitional period. This morning we had a very interesting discussion around two speeches regarding emission reduction and energy mix in Europe. We had Justo Corti and Professor also Raoul Ley with the perspective of China. And I think it was a great introduction to focus now on the role of the consumers in order to help these all urgent challenges regarding climate change. David Robinson is a very recognized expert on energy fields, and he has published a lot, specifically on the role of the economic instruments on Paris agreements. He also is a very recognized speaker in most of the important international conference on the issues, and Jorge Galán is also a very recognized expert in energy law. He has finished his PhD in our university, and his doctoral thesis was awarded by a recognized award here in Spain. He's specialized in the role of self-consumption and the role of solar facilities specifically. And I do not want to use the precious time. And please, David, go ahead with your presentation. Many thanks, both.
Thank you very much. Can you see it well?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, here we go. Well, before I start, let me just say that I recognize that this is a conference which has if you want, a global perspective. You know, it's not just about EU and China, it's also global governance. And although I'm going to focus on European challenges in the light of the war in Ukraine, I'm really talking about something which affects China and every country, and that is the role of consumers, because we all are consumers, and therefore we're all, wherever we are, we have some common interests and some potential to make a difference in the energy transition. So I'm going to talk about in particular the role that consumers can play, and specifically I want to talk about the importance of flexibility, and that is the ability of consumers to store or to consume electricity when renewables are operating. To the extent that one can do that, one can decouple electricity prices from world gas prices. So I think we have to be thinking in particular about the potential for markets and regulation and business models and technologies to promote the flexibility which will enable consumers to benefit from, if you want, the falling costs of renewables and storage, and not to be as affected as they are, especially in Europe, by international gas prices. That's the general message of the talk. Let me then, first of all, start with an introduction, which is that I think the war in Ukraine just adds greater urgency to the need for the energy transition. You know, some people say, oh, well, we have to worry about the economics, the cost of energy, and we have to worry about security. But it's precisely for that reason that the energy transition becomes more important. It used to be seen as an important part of a decarbonization strategy, but really now it's seen as also a means of avoiding dependence on imported gas and oil. And it's also seen as a way of avoiding the exposure to the price of imported fossil fuels, especially in the context of a war where one of the parties with a major control over the supply of gas is effectively holding Europe to hostage. So I think that right now, the energy transition is that much more important precisely because it reduces the reliance on imported fossil fuels from countries which may very well use their power to if you want to influence policy, and frankly to win a war, but also because it will enable Europe and whichever other country is following the strategy to stabilize its prices and reflect the costs of renewables rather than international fuel. Okay, so I think it's really important then to say, before I go any further, that the most important thing that consumers can do right now is to reduce their energy consumption, because every bit of energy consumed right now increases the revenues to Russia and their ability to wage war. So I think it's really important to recognize that this is, if you want, the urgent requirement for consumers. And frankly, I think in Europe, often this is not the case, because consumers are often given the impression that governments will protect them, that prices aren't going to rise, that there are no costs to what's going on. This is not true. I think it's important, therefore, for consumers to be conscious of the seriousness of the situation right now and to reduce consumption where they can. But if we're looking at the energy transition, which of course is not something that happens in a year, it happens over many years and decades even, I think there are two fundamental roles that consumers play. One is their investments, because if you want, the transition will require a massive transformation of the demand of energy, moving away from fossil fuels in transport and heating and in industry, moving away from the use of oil, gas, and coal to basically electricity and renewable electricity and possibly renewable gas such as green hydrogen. This is consumers making that decision. That is a fundamental role. The second role, which I'm describing here, is the flexibility role, and that is the ability of consumers to adjust their consumption to be consuming or storing when renewables are operating, and thereby balancing the electricity system, keeping it stable, and as I say, avoiding to some extent the reliance on internationally traded fossil fuels and the prices. But my other message, so that's where we should be going. But right now, energy markets and regulations limit the potential for consumers to play this role, especially in respect of flexibility. And therefore, we need to be talking about policy reforms to enable consumers to be flexible. And that's what I will end with, some recommendations on that. Now, let's start, first of all, with the changing electricity system. And I should insist that the energy transition is primarily about electrification. 20 to 25% of energy demand in the world comes from electricity today. But if you look out to 2050, we're talking about at least 50% of energy coming from electricity. And if you add green hydrogen in another 10 years, say, you might be up to 70 or 80% of energy depending upon electricity. So we really are talking about the future of the electricity system and how it's changing. This is a graph, sort of a table that that I often use, but I don't have time to go through it in detail, but just simply notice that generation used to be centralized. That's the column in the middle, but now it's increasingly decentralized. Planning and operation used to be flexible generation supply to match uncertain demand, but increasingly it's going to be flexible demand to match intermittent generation from renewables. And we've also got, again, the role of demand side, which has been passive in the past and is going to in future be interactive. So the main message here is going to be the need and the potential for consumer flexibility. This is a graphic that I like because it shows how renewable penetration affects the cost, the need for flexibility, and the cost of balancing. Balancing is to ensure that the system has supply and demand equal at all times. And if you look on the graphic, first of all, on the right, you'll see an increasing share of generation from wind and solar. This is in the UK. And on the left, you've got the balancing cost as a share of generation costs. And you'll see that in 2010, balancing, which is flexibility costs, were less than 5% of the share of generation costs. But by 2019, they'd reached over 5%. And I think and in 2020, they reached 10%. And then during the pandemic, they rose to over 20%. Now, that's partly reflects the fact that generation renewables were, if you want, in excess of demand. So there was it was necessary to turn off nuclear plants in order to allow the renewables to run. So it was extremely expensive. And this may look like an exaggeration, but essentially we're looking at, I think, a glimpsing of the future when the system will be heavily renewable, and there will be many hours when there's excess generation and hours when there's not enough. So we can expect the system to need lots of flexibility to cope with that intermittency. And on the right, we'll see, as we continue to raise the penetration of renewables, we see more and more the need to balance the system, and hence to try to find new sources of flexibility, ideally decarbonized. Okay, so what we've got in the power sector right now are a number of innovations, which I think all contribute or will contribute to providing flexibility. One is enabling technologies such as batteries, which store electricity when it's in excess or when the price is low, and then generate or supply it when prices are higher. Business models, new business models to aggregate many different consumer appliances over hundreds of thousands of consumers in a way that enables them to behave as a virtual power plant, providing flexibility, but using decarbonized energy resources. And we've got system operation, where what used to be distribution network companies that would do all of the management of their congestion themselves by building more capacity, now they're going to be managing that. They're shifting into being distribution system operators, where they're going to integrate flexibility that comes from external third parties such as consumers, virtual power plants, storage providers, and more. So we've got these changes. And we've also got the development of market designs that encourage greater flexibility, in particular the creation of local markets where consumers and their aggregators or the companies that represent them can trade flexibility in these markets. Now, all of these help to provide flexibility for the future electricity system, but I just want to insist on the importance of market reform, because it's so critical to provide the right economic incentives for private investment in these technologies and business models. Okay, then let me move on then to the potential role for consumers. And here I want to insist on the idea that flexibility is the ability to respond to changing electricity system conditions to maintain supply equal to demand. This kind of flexibility can be decarbonized. Today, it's mainly fossil fuels that provide the flexible demand, but as the fossil fuel plants close, we're going to need, or they become too expensive, we're going to need alternative sources of flexibility, and they can come from storage, for instance, pumped storage or batteries. They can come from pondage hydro, they can come from networks, and they can come from green generation as well as from demand. So there are many different sources of flexibility. I want to focus on the consumer side, which I'm calling demand side flexibility. And that's the consumer's or its agents' ability to change the net demand. That is, it could be a positive or negative demand on the system. It could be selling to the system or buying from the system and changing that demand at any given time. Now, demand side flexibility has always been useful. It's been around for a long time. The original idea was to avoid peaks. That is, that consumers would be given incentives to move their demand away from peak hours to off-peak hours. Large consumers in particular were given interruptible contracts or tariffs, which encouraged them to offer flexibility to reduce demand when there was at times of peak, to avoid having to build new capacity. That's still going to be true. But now it's not just useful, it's essential, because instead of just trying to meet peaks, or that is to reduce peaks, we're trying to cope with intermittent renewables, which can change at any time. It's not just at peaks, it could be at any moment. Imagine clouds going across the sky and changing the solar energy at one time. You have to be flexible enough to cope with those minute-to-minute, second-to-second changes. But you also need to be able to cope with very long periods of no wind. And particularly important for this talk is to say that the increasing amount of generation on the distribution network behind people's meters, or just simply on the distribution network, means that the flexibility is no longer at the system level. It's needed at the distribution level for very close to where if you want, the congestion arises on the distribution network. So here's a nice picture from IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency. It gives a description of what the supply chain in electricity has looked like up until now, and then the future one. Now, in the existing or older one, the energy flow is in one direction. You see the red bar there, from generation to consumption. The monetary flow is in the other direction, from consumer to the distribution, transmission, generation. But in the new paradigm, what we've got down at the bottom, the energy flows could go in both directions. If there is enough distributed generation on the system at any time, it may be that they're exporting electricity from the distribution network rather than importing. And the monetary flows can go in both directions too. So the distributed generators can be selling electricity, or the consumer can be selling flexibility, earning money, at the same time that it's exporting its services. So we see this change, and you'll see over on the right-hand side that what's new is all of these distributed energy resources. The term prosumers here, prosumers, refers to both distributed generation, battery storage, it's smart charging, electric vehicles, and up on top you've got aggregators. You've got an information flow little picture up there at the top, and you've got storage happening in between you've got interconnectors. I don't know where the storage is, but somewhere it should be in here. In any case, that's the supply chain we have now, or we're moving to. So what does that mean? Well, flexibility used to come, as you can see in the top graph here, from the flexibility used to come, as you can see here, from the supply side. That's the generation side. You see how it's much higher on the left than it is on the right. Very little coming from the demand side, mainly large industrial consumers. And then on the right side, we've got the new system, where you've still got an important part of flexibility coming from supply, now from storage. But you'll see that the demand side, that is the distributed energy resources, now are increasingly important. That's the main consequence of the changes that I was describing before. So as a result of this, we've got growing potential for consumers, both to help themselves and, just one sec, please. To help themselves and also to help the system by being flexible. We do this, we're basically meeting system needs and lowering system costs in I think, 3 ways. One is, as I said before, by lowering peak demand. The second is by integrating renewables when consuming or storing. In other words, consuming or storing them when the renewables are operating. And in this way, buying... Hello? No, Kath, I can't talk. Sorry, a family call. Right. now what we've got here is that we can meet system needs and lower the system cost by lowering peak demand, as I said before, or we can also be integrating renewables by consuming them or storing them when they are operating and thereby decoupling from the gas price. We can also provide resilience against system failure by the distributed energy, putting energy back into the system. So on the one hand, if the system goes down, the consumers in the distributed energy area have some energy, but they can also provide energy back to the system and bring it back online when it goes down. Sorry. That's the the cost of being on a call when you're in your house. Okay, sorry. Now, the other thing is that it's not just that they're benefiting the system, they're benefiting themselves because they're buying electricity when prices are lowest, which is normally when the renewables are running, and they're selling energy and flexibility services to markets when the price is right. There are many different sources of demand-side flexibility. We've got on the top, we've got industrial, commercial, and residential consumers. And on the left-hand side, we've got a number of different sources of energy. One is power to heat. So you can be heating water, for instance, which can be stored. We've got power to hydrogen. So that's green hydrogen being produced through electrolysis for industrial consumers. Electric vehicles, which is obviously is mainly for commercial and residential consumers. Smart appliances that are using electricity when renewables are operating. And we've also got industrial processes which need to use electricity. So there are many, many different sources of demand-side flexibility. They all have a role. In the past, and you look over there on the left-hand side of this graphic called business as usual, in the past, almost all of the demands, all the flexibility came from business, large industry. But you'll see it was less than 5% of total peak demand. But as you go to the right, you see the green part and the yellow and the blue is residential consumers, small commercial consumers, and that's where the future flexibility is going to be. It's not going to be and it's, in fact, I was recently listening to Terna in Italy talking about where they expect the flexibility to come from, and it's from small residential and commercial consumers with storage. Okay, large industries don't really like to be interrupted because they've got industrial processes and they often do not have storage. But consumers, imagine you have an electric vehicle, you bought it for transport, but it's also at night sitting there and you can use it as storage. So you can see ways in which the system operator or an aggregator can actually take advantage of the flexibility that's provided by assets which consumers buy for other reasons at a much lower cost than building new assets on the system. So we expect much more to come from smaller consumers. Now, how do you realize this potential? Well, I think we have to recognize that most consumers are passive. I mean, they just basically pay the bill. And this is because the costs of being flexible are often greater than the benefits. Consumers don't know what to do. It's expensive for them to figure this out, to buy assets and all that stuff. So what we've seen in the UK is the need for policy enablers, in particular prices and markets that reflect the full value of the flexibility, access to all these markets, especially for what we call explicit DSF, which is where you're selling flexibility in a market. And then we've got technologies that we need technologies that build on digital platforms and that aggregate distributed flexibility. We're seeing that now. We're seeing business models, and we need to promote those business models of aggregation that contract the flexibility of consumers. And we also need governance to support demand-side flexibility, which includes system operators that have an interest in seeking flexibility outside their own operation and not looking for their own, if you want to build new networks, rather to look for ways to avoid building new networks and taking advantage of the flexibility on the system. And we need policy support for innovation and experimentation, such as regulatory sandboxes and pilots, to try it out, because we don't yet know to what extent consumers can reach this potential, and we need to experiment with different business models, technologies, and regulations. So I also want to insist on the importance of markets to support the transition. The current market fails to provide signals for efficient investment, operations, and consumption. And the most obvious concern is that as renewables penetrate, the market price which is now determined by the marginal resource needed to meet the last unit of demand, is determined by is basically it's going to fall. That price is going to fall as renewables penetrate, because renewables have zero marginal costs. So the more penetration of renewables we see, the lower the wholesale price will be, and it will simply be uneconomic for anyone to invest in the system. So it just simply won't work. Most of the proposals on the table for reform are inadequate. One, which is well known, is the basically business as usual, the short run marginal cost system, which is what we have now in Europe. That system will not work. The proposal usually from the European Commission and also from ACER, which is the Agency for Coordination of Regulators, is that it will work. We just have to let prices spike more, and we have to have more granularity in terms of location and timing. But if you look at what's going on right now with price caps being introduced all over the place, it's very hard to imagine that investors will trust markets to work if they're based on short-run marginal costs. The second model is single buyers. That's where governments decide what's going to get built and how much, and what the mix will be and how much will be built. And the answer to that is that there's a real risk that governments make terrible mistakes, as I think the UK government is doing right now by committing to building 8 nuclear plants to cover 25% of their energy demand, after seeing the vast overruns on the latest Hinkley C nuclear power station. So we really have to question whether governments are in a position to make these very difficult decisions, which require, if you want, an understanding of technology and also a willingness to take risks which you bear. But when governments make these decisions, they bear none of the risks. All of the risks pass to consumers. It used to be the case that consumers had to bear those, but consumers no longer do. Consumers can self-generate, they can provide their own security, and therefore it becomes increasingly hard to accept this sort of central planning as the basis for building the future decarbonized system. So I'm talking about the need for a structural change, which will, if you want, provide signals for investment, operation, and consumption, reflect consumer preferences, and enable their participation and flexibility. I have a model in mind, but I'm not going to go into it because we don't have time. I'm happy to talk about it later. But generally, I'm talking about a return to liberalization, which is modernized to reflect the 21st century reality. It would rely more on private competition and consumer participation, rely less on government to decide what to build, maintain short-term price signals, but also support investment, that all markets would be open to consumers and their agents, and it would decouple electricity prices from world gas prices. We've got, on top of that, to promote and experiment with new business models and technology. But at the end of the story is that public policy has to support incentives for consumers to electrify. And this means we're really thinking about carbon taxation to increase the price of fossil fuels, as well as looking for support for investment in flexible distributed energy resources. This is the model that I would have explained to you, and I'm happy to do so in questions if there are any. But final concluding comments: the war has changed nothing on the need for the transition. It's added an energy security and an economic argument for moving quickly. The consumer role urgently is to reduce energy demand in order to reduce revenues going to Russia for the war. The consumer role in the transition is investment in electrification and flexibility. And it's necessary to reform markets and to create new ones for this to happen. What I was going to propose, the two-market approach, gives consumers a key role and allows a decoupling of world gas prices from electricity. But I want to insist on this, and this is as true for China as it is for countries that don't have markets, as it is for countries that do. The policy should harness the potential flexibility of consumers. It benefits consumers who participate and everyone on the system. It builds citizen support for the transition. It creates new business models, and it creates a new industry with global markets, which is that every time there's a renewable energy penetration, you need new sources of flexibility, and demand-side flexibility from consumers is what provides that. So what I'm saying is that this is a crisis, but it's an opportunity to accelerate the transition. Thank you.
Many thanks, David, for this great picture. It's a complex issue, but you show us with a very clear effort the challenges and the opportunities at this difficult time. Many thanks, David. Now is the turn to Professor Jorge Galán, who will focus his speech on the eruption of the consumer's potential into the EU legislation and a brief analysis. He will do a brief analysis of the Spanish legislation. After the presentation of Jorge Galán, we are going to open a brief discussion as Jorge can answer and discuss with us, because he has another appointment at the end of the session. And after the speech of Jorge, David still remains with us to make some conclusions. Jorge, the floor is yours. Many thanks for coming.
Thank you so much, Marta. It is a pleasure for me to take part on this summer course, and for that reason, and first of all, I would like to thank you for your kind invitation, and I would like to thank also University of San Pablo and the European University Institute for its organization. Well, after the presentation of Debbie Robinson, I have to confess that it is really difficult for me to say something interesting about the topic, because the brilliant approach made by Debbie Robinson to the challenges and opportunities for consumers in the context of the energy transition. More specifically, I would like to highlight three of the ideas given by Debbie Robinson. The first one is how consumers can have the system and themselves through the flexibility and the combination of self-generation and storage. In my opinion, here we find a notorious conclusion. In the new energy framework, consumer is an active agent. Well, the second one is the need to create a flexible and local markets to make possible the empowerment of consumers. And here we find another conclusion. The decentralization of the electricity system implies major changes in the market's design. And the third one is the concept of liberalization 2.0, which also appears in the present paper of Debbie Robinson, Rethinking Electricity Markets. Let me quote this paper. Liberalization 2.0 reflects changes in technology economics that favor decentralization and more competition, with consumers playing a greater role in its investment and operations. Well, in this sense, one of the main conclusions that I reached in my thesis was the new meaning of the liberalization concept. According to that, the liberalization is now related with the strengthening of consumers instead of despublicatio of the electricity system regulation. So, as a consequence of the previous, I'm going to give a complementary vision of the topic, and of course, Debbie Robinson's presentation, strictly from a legal perspective. Concretely, I'm going to focus the presentation on the legal regulation of the main players of the decentralization process, at least in my opinion, which help consumers to participate in the energy markets. Self-consumers, energy communities, and aggregators. And to this end, I've prepared this index. The first section is referred to the eruption of the consumer's potential into the European Union legislation. The second one is the legal recognition of prosumers, energy communities, and aggregators. The third one is a brief analysis of the Spanish legislation according to the European Union provisions. And finally, we're going to offer some conclusions about the topic. So, as you can see, we are going to deal with the legal regime of these figures from the European law to the Spanish legal framework. Let me begin from the eruption of the consumer's potential into the European Union legislation. Well, 7 years ago, when I started studying about the self-consumption, there were no binding provisions on distributed generation in the European Union legislation, the third energy package. The reason was simple. This regulatory package was essentially intended to promote the competition between operators. So, under this energy package, we could find some references to the distributed generation in the recitals of the Renewable Energy Directive of 29, For instance, as you can see in this slide, the recital 6 of this directive stated that it is appropriate to support the demonstration and commercialization phase of decentralized renewable energy technologies. Likewise, Article 13 of this directive contains a provision for the member states to simplify the authorization procedures for decentralized devices. Also, there was a reference on sub-generation in the directive on energy performance of buildings. This reference was related to taking into account, before the construction of new buildings, the centralized energy supply systems based on energy from renewable sources. However, apart from these isolated mentions, under the third energy package, there were no binding obligations for member states referred to decentralized activities. Consequently, it is possible to state that this regulatory package is inherent to the centralized energy system. In this slide, you can see a comparison between the two types of energy system. Here I have to confess that the graphic of the Florence was better than mine. Well, under the first centralized system, the legal organization of the electricity sector was designed downstream from production to supply. Moreover, consumer is a passive agent whose rights are limited basically to the election of the supplier. However, since 2015, soft law instruments issued by the European Commission have begun to place consumers at the center of the energy system. A great example of this could be the communication of the Commission delivering a new deal for energy consumers. The communication has plenty of references to make possible the participation of consumers in energy markets. Let me quote a statement of this communication. Consumers across the Union should be free to choose their preferred form of active participation in energy markets. Also, the communication contains many allusions to self-consumption and distributed generation, as we can see in this slide. Even as a part of this communication, there was a specific paper called Best Practices on Renewable Self-Consumption. This working document contains several recommendations on the regulation of self-consumption for the member states and introduced in the European framework the concept of prosumer. In these communications, the European Commission highlights the need to incorporate in the European legal system the regulation of the new decentralized resources, which, from the technology and economical perspective, were having an important deployment. Later, the Clean Energy Package for all Europeans included the reform among all the legal instruments of the Renewable Energy and Electricity Market Directives. And the reason was clear: to provide a legal framework for the decentralization process. Well, we are now in the second part of the presentation: the legal recognition of prosumers, energy communities, and aggregators. The first we have to say is, in contrast with the third energy package, the Clean Energy Package establishes a complete legal regime for the decentralization figures, which makes possible the participation of consumers in the energy markets. In the first place, the incorporation of the new figure of active customers in the internal market of the Electricity Directive represents, in my opinion, a turning point in the legal role of consumers. In this sense, it's important to highlight that the title of the chapter in which the regulation of this agent is included is called Consumer Empowerment and Protection, which constitutes, from my point of view, a declaration of intentions. As you can see in this slide, Article 15 of the directive contains a wide range of rights, from participating in the energy markets directly or through aggregation to selling self-generated electricity. The only requirement for the active customers consists on those activities not constituting its primary commercial or professional activity. And we have to say that this is a provision which is consequent with the nature of this figure, because it's essential to distinguish active customers from electricity companies. Well, Regarding self-consumption, the Renewable Energy Directive provides a complete regime for this activity and fill the previous legal gap on distributed energy resources. Previously, in this slide, you can see a non-legal definition of the prosumer concept. Well, the first thing to stress about self-consumption is the directive sets forth two legal definitions, renewable self-consumer and jointly acting renewable self-consumer, that provides a clear regulatory framework for a subjective perspective. According to these definitions, a self-consumer is a final customer, legal or natural person, who has the right to generate renewable energy, store or sell that electricity. These activities can be done individually or through aggregation. This right is recognized for non-household consumers with the condition that those activities do not constitute its primary commercial or professional activity. Once again, this requirement is consistent with the objective to distinguish, in this case, between self-consumers and electricity companies. Well, the regulation of self-consumption on this directive lays the foundation for high penetration of this activity for at least three reasons. Firstly, this regulation simplifies the requirements to become a self-consumer by imposing on member states an obligation to avoid disproportionate and discriminatory procedures. Secondly, this regulation allows consumers not only to obtain savings from their electricity consumption, but also from the sales of electricity services. In this way, the electricity consumer becomes a prosumer. And thirdly, this regulation incentivizes the participation of consumers in flexible mechanisms through aggregation. In any case, two main aspects of the regulation of self-consumption in the Renewable Directive can be underlined. The first one is the right to sell the excess production, which connects with the new liberalization process that I have mentioned before. Under this provision, not only the electricity agents legally constituted as operators, like producers or suppliers, have the right to sell electricity. Now, consumers can sell their excess production even to other consumers. The second one, on the negative side, is the possibility to apply charges and fees to self-generated renewable electricity, remaining within prosumers' premises. Even though this is limited to three specific cases in the directive, the same is quite similar to Spanish sand tax, impuesto al sol, which had a detrimental impact on the activity. And this is a very interesting point for the debate. Well, in respect of energy communities, first we have to distinguish between the two types of communities that have been incorporated in the directives of the clean energy package: the renewable energy communities and the citizen energy communities. The common spirit of both figures is to represent an alternative to traditional energy operators and prioritize the economic and social interests of their activity. These communities are open to the participation of final customers. Both communities allow their members to carry out a wide range of activities, to produce, consume, store, and sell energy, including through power purchase agreements. However, there are also some clear differences between them. The main characteristic of a renewable energy community is the ownership of a renewable energy project. From the subjective perspective, renewable energy community are a legal entity formed and controlled by natural persons, small enterprises, or local authorities, including municipalities. This kind of energy community is effectively controlled by members that are located in the proximity of the renewable energy project. On the other hand, the citizen energy community can produce energy from non-renewable sources, and maybe this is one of the most important differences between the two types of entities. Also, it's important to highlight that citizen communities can develop much more activities than renewable communities. For instance, they are entitled to own, establish, purchase, or lease distribution networks. Likewise, this kind of energy community can involve big energy companies provided that they don't control the entity. Well, in this slide, you can see the similarities and differences between the two types of communities. Well, and finally, we have to refer to the aggregation. Aggregation is a key activity for the participation of consumers in energy markets. And this activity, according to the definition of the directive, consists on combining multiple customer loads or generated electricity for sale, purchase, or auction in any electricity market. The clean energy package contains dispersed but enough regulations on this field. The directive for the internal market for electricity creates a definition of aggregation and independent aggregator, establishing basic regulatory provisions for the development of the activity. Among these provisions, we can encounter the framework for the aggregation contracts, as well as several obligations for the member states in order to ensure the right of final customers to participate through aggregation in all electricity markets. Likewise, the regulation for the internal market for electricity includes provisions intended to ensure that aggregators can participate in all electricity markets. Related to the latter, and from a subjective point of view, the aggregator must be independent from the customer supplier, as it is a new agent. Well, in the light of all the above, there is no doubt that the clean energy package of the European Union has created a legal architecture for a complete development of the final customer's potential. In this way, the clean energy package materializes the objective of the European Commission of putting consumers at the center of the energy system. As a critical note, we can say that some of the new figures created on this energy package can lead to confusion in practice. For instance, it won't be easy to make a clear distinction between the two kinds of energy communities, or the distinction between active customer or self-consumer. Also, it's important to emphasize that in the transposition rules of the member states, special attention should be given to the relations between traditional operators and new agents. And now we are going to make a brief and critical analysis on the Spanish legislation. Well, the Spanish regulation on distributed energy resources, in particular in the field of self-consumption, has moved from a very restrictive legislation to a more favorable regulatory environment. Under the former regulation of this activity, neither joint self-consumption nor the sale of surpluses for small self-consumers, those below 100 kilowatts, was allowed. Furthermore, this regulation introduced the so-called sun tax, impuesto al sol. This sun tax was a charge applied over the self-consuming electricity with the aim of contributing to the backing role of the electricity system. The philosophy behind this charge consisted of the following: self-consumers that remain connected to the grid had to economically contribute for the support that they received from the electricity system when their equipment were not producing energy. In the practice, this sun tax didn't affect to household self-consumers because the facilities below 10 kilowatts were exempted to contribute to this charge. However, the sun tax had a deterrent effect over consumers and provoked a limited success of self-consumption during the 4 years that this regulation was in force. The legal changes introduced in 2010 by a royal decree and the subsequent regulation passed in 2019 have made possible a huge development of the activity in Spain. The regulation in force constitutes a great development for the activity and has incorporated to our legal system most of the provisions of the European law. Concretely, the provisions in force make possible the compensation of surpluses under a net billing scheme, allow the joint self-consumption, prohibited the application of charges and fees over the self-generated electricity. Nevertheless, there are immediate challenges for the self-consumption regulation. From my point of view, these are the main two difficulties. The first one is the recognition for self-consumers who are not producers of the right to sell, not compensate their surpluses, because the right established in the European directive is to sell, which is different from compensating. The second one is the need to improve the regulation of joint cell consumption, which is actually subjected to several limitations, like the distance between the point of generation and consumption. Now, this distance is 500 meters. So these limitations are hampering the growth of this modality of self-consumption, especially in industrial areas. Well, in contrast with the self-consumption, the regulation of energy communities and aggregation is pending as Spain of regulatory development. Nevertheless, both figures have been incorporated as legal subjects in the Spanish electricity legislation. In the case of energy communities, in spite of the absence of regulatory development, there is an important impetus from energy policy field to promote the creation of these entities. In my opinion, this situation creates a problem of legal uncertainty because many energy communities that have been already created can have a future legal incompatibilities with the future regulation. For instance, we don't know which kind of legal nature is going to be accepted under the future legislation. Well, regarding aggregation, notwithstanding the need to come with regulatory development, it's essential that the draft legislation related to storage and capacity takes into account the figure of aggregators. Well, in the light of all the above, we can draw two main conclusions from the presentation. On one side, the European legal framework, after the changes introduced by the Clean Energy Package, lays the foundation for a deep development of the decentralized figures and empowerment of energy consumers. Concretely, the figures of self-consumption, energy communities, and aggregators are key drivers for the transformation of energy markets. On the other side, the Spanish legal framework should give priority to the full development of these new figures in order to drive the decentralization process of the electricity system. More specifically, there is the need to regulate the details of these figures, not only the legal regimes, but also the relation with other subjects and the system. In this sense, it is no use introducing new subjects in the legal system which are not properly developed. And with these conclusions, I would like to end. Thank you so much for your attention.
Many thanks, Jorge, for this interesting and inspiring presentation. We have now 10 minutes for questions and answers. Who wants to be the first? I have some ones, but Jerónimo maybe has Maria, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. You would like to open also the video? It's up to you.
I think that the application doesn't let me to turn on my camera.
Okay, then you can ask your question, please.
Okay, well, firstly, I want to thank David Robinson and Jorge Lam for bringing light to such an important issue within the electricity sector. It is very interesting how much the consumer role has changed in the last few years. So, well, I have two questions and I want to address them to Jorge. In the first place, you've mentioned that active customers have the right recognized in the Directive for Internal Market of Electricity to become self-consumers. Then how can we distinguish the self-consumer from the active customer? And the second question has to do with the charges and fees stipulated in Article 21 of the Renewable Energy Directive for self-generated electricity. Can we say that they are similar instrument to the sun tax that you have referred to in your analysis of the Spanish legislation?
Thank you very much, Maria. Very specific ones. Come on, Jorge.
Okay, thank you. These are very good questions. Regarding first question, all the figures that I have mentioned before have a common notes between them. For example, if we read the Article 15 of the Internal Market Directive, which is related to active customer, and we read the Article 21 of the Renewable Energy Directive, which is related to self-consumers, we see that there are many similarities between them. For instance, those figures are entitled to participate in flexibility mechanism or self-generated electricity. So it is not easy to distinguish between them, no? But from my point of view, self-consumption is defined in the directive more as an activity, and the active customer is defined in the Internal Market Directive more as a category of subjects. So self-consumption, in my opinion, is an activity that can be carried out by active customer or other subjects of the electricity system, like, for example, energy communities. I don't know if it's enough with this.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hi, Maria. Yes, Jorge, I think you can, if you can close the presentation, we can see you better and not the presentation on the screen.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Would you have any more questions, Jerónimo? In Florencia?
Yes, I have as well several questions for both speakers. Thank you very much, by the way, for these very, very interesting presentations. Regarding the presentation by David, I wonder whether there are calculations about which impact to expect from the change of regulation and the role, fostering the role of the consumer. I don't know if there are already calculations in this side, and the other one will be whether there are similar scenarios in the US and in other areas. As far as you know, would you say that Europe is at this time also leading or not, or there are other jurisdictions in which they are more advanced in this fostering of the consumer roles? And regarding the presentation by Jorge, I would like you to elaborate on why you think that the Spanish legislation was so restrictive at the beginning, and why you think that nowadays still is more restricted than what the European legislation is aiming at. What do you expect that this will change fully? So this is a bit my two blocks of questions. Thank you very much.
David, would you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Well, it's hard to do a calculation, but to give you some idea, there was a graphic up before which I used to give some indication of the extent to which demand-side flexibility could affect, to what extent it would contribute to meet demand, that is to reduce demand. And I think in periods where it might otherwise be higher. And the point was made that today, demand-side flexibility probably in total reflects about 5% of total demand. But in future, and we're talking about all consumers being able to, if you want to participate, we're talking about at least 20% of demand. Now, how much effect that will have on the price will depend on each system, but the essential idea is it's not so much the just to pass on to the second point, it's not so much that one talks about a particular impact in one time. It's about the idea of shifting away from relying on the system to meet your flexibility, to meet your security, to provide security, to privatizing security, and having, if you want, the batteries or the other forms of flexibility and storage, which would enable consumers to do this for themselves. Now, the reason why that's relevant is not because it's always going to be economic, but because right now governments make decisions about what to build. So the real economic impact is not so much from one, price going up or down here or there. It's about how much investment is going into building the system of the future. We call it capital inefficiency when governments build too much of the wrong assets and then try to recover the costs. The general idea is what we really want is to reflect what consumers want, their willingness to pay for system security, and for them to have as an alternative the possibility of producing their own electricity or consuming it. So I'm afraid that's not give you a nice answer, but it gives you some idea of the potential impact on the overall costs and also on the consumer's ability to avoid having to pay costs which are excessive. But the second point, which is whether Europe's leading, I think in some respects it is, but as Jorge pointed out, the legislation is, I would say, is pretty ambitious in terms of what it's doing to empower consumers. But I think then it all depends, as they say, the devils are in the details and what it is that each country decides to do. Okay, Spain has gone pretty, I would say, slowly on a number of the key issues to do with defining, as you said, exactly what the role of energy communities is and how they will fit into the what rights they will have and how they will, if you want, what incentives they will have and whether or not they'll be able to avoid certain subsidies which other consumers have, certain charges that other consumers have to pay. If you go to other countries, you'll find the UK is, I think, if we're talking about EU, the UK is actually ahead of many of the EU countries because it has promoted active consumer participation in many different ways. For instance, speaking to someone yesterday from Spain, they explained to me that they thought they would have to force distribution companies to accept that someone might actually provide flexibility to them instead of them building new assets. You don't have to force them in other countries. The legislation is very clear. Regulations give incentives for distribution companies to look for flexibility and to minimize costs by using it. So I would say that England and Wales or the UK is ahead of most of the European countries in that respect. So is Australia, where right now, for instance, there are many different commercial options where a consumer does not make the investment in the rooftop solar or in the batteries. It's a commercial company which does it for them and then sells them the electricity which is being produced from those assets in return for being allowed to sell flexibility to the system. And then after 7 years, the assets return to the owner of the house. So I would say that legislation is ambitious. The reality is much less ambitious in some countries. There are other countries like Australia, UK, and I would say to some extent California, which are also ahead of most European countries. And but again, I think that even if one would just realizing the potential allowed by the legislation, Europe would be well ahead of most countries in the world.
Thank you very much, Robinson. I like the debates are in the detail. The success are also in the details. And I like this expression, capital inefficiency. Jorge, it's your turn if you would like to answer Professor Maillo.
Yes, the regulation of distributed resources in Spain, as I have said, has moved from a very restrictive legislation because the first regulation on self-consumption was adopted in 2013, and the context of the energy regulation in those moments was the legal changes associated to support schemes, regulatory risk. So it was a very complicated, a very difficult moment for the development of the renewable energy. But since 3 or 4 years ago, everything is changing. The new regulation for self-consumption from my point of view, is a very positive regulation. But from my point of view, the main problem right now with the Spanish legislation is the lack of a global view. For instance, we don't have a regulation on energy communities, but every day people is creating energy communities. But on the other hand, we have adopted 2 or 3 days ago a regulation on sandbox, which is I don't think, maybe this is not consequent. This is not a I have said this is it seems a lack of a global view.
Thank you very much, Jorge. I think you must go. Please don't worry, because we have a lot to discuss with David, if you don't mind, with you. Maybe you can. Thank you very much, Jorge, for your fruitful speech. Thank you very much. David, would you like to make some final remarks and some important key issue to consider on the role of consumers to improve these challenges on climate change policies?
Well, related to my topic and my presentation, in my opinion, the most important is to respect the principles of good regulation. This is the most important.
Thank you very much, Jorge. Good regulation is very, very important. Okay.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you for your presence here and your speech. Many thanks, Jorge. David, would you like to conclude and to say some final remarks? You have to open the microphone.
Sorry, and sorry about my camera before. I think you can hear me and see me now, I hope.
Now, much better. Thank you.
Okay. So the key messages really are from Jorge and from me are that there are some significant opportunities now and some major challenges. The legislation in Europe, I think, is, if it's not, the world's leading legislation, it's certainly among the leading legislation when it comes to customer empowerment. And I think the idea that we're discussing there is, well, how do you actually achieve that? Because right now, honestly, how many consumers do you know that are actively participating in electricity markets? How many people are actively being flexible? We're talking about something which sounds like a dream or some type of invention. In fact, I remember someone telling me recently that I had talked about consumer empowerment when I first met him in 1989. And he said, well, you're a little bit closer to reality now than you were then, but many people still think this is never going to happen. Okay, so I think one have to ask, well, what is it that's different? And I think the answer is the technology is totally different. The economic logic is totally different. And it's no longer possible, really, to have a central control over electricity systems, which are increasingly decentralized. Now, this is, even countries like China, which have a very centrally organized system, will increasingly recognize the value of having consumer flexibility. I mean, I've done work in China using the demand side flexibility as a model. It does not require the same type of market design as Europe has, but it does require ensuring that consumers are connected. They have incentives to provide flexibility, and the system operator can use that flexibility, but essentially it's recognizing all the flexibility that exists at the distribution level is key in order to maintain stability and avoid having to build new coal plants. Okay, so I would insist on this as being a global issue where consumers are in a position to support the decarbonization by providing flexibility which will enable the renewables to operate without having to back them up with fossil fuels. Now, I know that the next session is on the ETS, so I wanted to make a few comments on carbon pricing, if that's okay. I think it's really important to recognize that the role that carbon pricing plays. First of all, it affects the investment by consumers. For instance, if the electricity, if you have the choice of using electricity or gas to heat your home, and the gas price rises significantly as a result of a carbon price, you're more likely to invest in heat pumps or in electrical heating. The same is true with electric vehicles. You know, the lower the cost of electricity and the higher the price of gasoline or diesel, the more likely you are to electrify. So I think carbon prices are essential for consumer signals. But I think they're also key to investment by suppliers, that is by generators, or for instance, renewable generators, or investors in electrolyzers and in green hydrogen. If prices are include, that is, if prices that are set by gas, and that increases the market price significantly, that is a signal, and so is a carbon tax, a signal to invest in low carbon activity. So I think that's important, not just from a consumer perspective, but also from the supplier perspective. But there's a political issue here, and that is that carbon prices raise the price of energy. And many consumers are affected by an increase in the price of their transport or their heating, and they don't have the ability to invest in alternatives. So this is a major political economy problem. It's not just an economic issue. And I think that what we've recognized over the years when we've seen the problem of the Gilets jaunes in France and other reactions to carbon pricing and to increases in energy prices is that it's essential to have political acceptance. And one of the means of achieving that, which is sort of widely, I think, now recognized, is revenue neutrality, so that if you increase the price, if you introduce or increase carbon taxes, you find other taxes you can reduce, or you find ways to recycle the revenue from the carbon taxes to consumers in a way which will, if you want, particularly help the most vulnerable customers who are affected by the tax. There's another big issue, which is, what do you tax? Do you just tax the emissions when the car is running, or when the fuel is being consumed to heat your house? Or do you tax the materials made to make the car, the emissions that are resulting from the production of steel and cement? Because those are essential elements also of any well-designed carbon tax regime. Now, I know that the EU proposal, I presume it's going to be discussed next, to do ETS2, which introduces carbon taxes for both for road transport and for heating of buildings. And I know that there is a social fund that is supposed to, if you want, help with the distributional consequences of introducing carbon taxes. But I think it's a serious question how that will be distributed, who will get it, to what extent it will be within Europe or just within each country. And I think we may well find that that's going to be the major sticking issue when it comes to passing this legislation. The other thing, I think, as I said, it's really important to understand what is going to be taxed, and to ensure that although the emissions taxes may only apply to the use of those facilities, that there are also adequate carbon taxation and other incentives to reduce emissions in producing the materials that are used to make the cars and heating systems. And I think with that, I'll stop.
Thank you very much, David. You have pointed out so many interesting things, and thank you for introducing the interest of carbon taxation and carbon markets, which are two specific topics that we would like to address on the next week. We have two questions, one from Joanne and the other from Kasmin Tang. Please, Joanne, the floor is yours to make questions.
Thanks, Ray. Can you hear me okay? I'm getting an echo. So thank you very much. That was a really informative presentation for somebody who knows practically nothing about these things. I enjoyed it really a lot. So I have a question about, you present a picture of leader and laggard. So some nations are doing better, some nations are doing worse, some regions or states like California are doing better, some worse. So I'm just interested in the structures for regulatory cooperation and regulatory learning across regions, across countries, and how effective they are, and do they have potential to be effective, or is context just so important that this kind of cross or transnational cooperation and learning has limited potential?
Well, if that's for me, I think there's definitely a lot to learn, and it's not just within Europe or from the Europe to to say to the US. As I say, I've worked also with Chinese government and with UK government in trying to find lessons that would be relevant in China. And I think that you can take any country and identify, it's not a cut and paste solution, but it's understanding the challenges that exist and recognizing that some of them are the same in every country. And the most basic one is that the original system that we have now is top down. Okay, it's organized from the top, it's large scale, system operators run the show, governments run the system operators, and their political interests, which are national or local. Okay, so I think the biggest lesson is that when you introduce renewable energy, everything changes. And if you introduce it with distributed energy resources where consumers actually have smart appliances, electric vehicles, heat pumps, and solar panels on their roof, then it is no longer sensible economically or politically to ignore all the options that are now on the table. So whether that's China, California, Australia, or Spain, all of these are structural changes that governments can slowly adopt or adapt, but they can't stop. They're just too powerful. And I think of this as a huge business opportunity because all of those resources that are downstream are not being utilized yet. But when they get utilized, they will lower the cost of the energy transition. And frankly, we cannot afford to have a more expensive energy transition than we need. And we need to take consumers along with us. So the message is all countries have the potential to, if you want to incentivize the efficiency of flexibility of the demand side as well as the rest of the system. It's not just the demand side, it's balancing the system so that we're getting information and if you want investment happening downstream as well as upstream, and then finding the way to put them together. There's always going to be resistance to that from the powers that have previously controlled the system. It's inevitable, but it's something worth working on.
Thank you very much, David. The problem is always bureaucracy on that process, and to put the line into the political side, the economic side, and the technical details on the regulation, as important as the great objective on that area. But I fully agree with you that electricity and energy is essential when we are talking on climate change topics. Please, Professor Kas Min Sam, would you like?
Yeah. Thank you, Marta. Give me a chance to have a question. And I have learned a lot from David and Jorge. Very interesting, meaningful presentation. I only have a very limited knowledge about consumer flexibility, but I'm very interested. So I think my question may be some simple or little stupid. First one is I wonder, you mean the consumer flexibility. If we think about the producer or supply side flexibility, does the producer or supply side flexibility has the same effect of the demand side flexibility? That the first one question. I just think the second one, I wonder you emphasized the consumer flexibility has means they can store and the consumer the energy, electricity based their needs by themselves. So I wonder where the the energy comes from for the consumer, for them, for the family or the small business. How can they get the energy? They get the energy from the the normal channel, or they produce the solar energy or by themselves. Thank you so much. Marta, thank you.
Shall I take that on, Marta?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, first of all, there are many different kinds of flexibility that are needed. Most of the time, the demand side flexibility deals with short periods of time. Okay, so seconds to minutes to maybe days. Whereas, for instance, most of the place where generation plays a bigger role is when it's a long period of time. So for instance, if a hydro pond exists and it's a very large hydro pond, it can continue to generate for a longer period of time. So I think that one of the big sort of, in some ways it's a limitation of demand side flexibility that it's focusing on short term, whereas where it's less helpful for very long periods of time. But there are also examples where demand side flexibility can last for a fairly long time. For instance, if you heat up water for a city, you can have massive hot water tanks, which then provide heat for a longer period of time to the city. So district heating and so you can use the electricity that's generated to maintain heat for a long time, even though it's not electric heat, it's going to be water, hot water. So I think the message is that both demand side flexibility and other sources of flexibility are important. It's not one or the other, but in the past, demand has not been part of the game. Now it's part of the game, but it's not the only thing there. With respect to consumers supplying themselves, well, I remember an episode in Spain when I was sitting in a meeting with electricity company people. It was about 5 years ago or maybe more, and one of the men came into the room and he looked very sick because he was worried. So he talked to the man beside him, who was also from the electricity industry, and he said, you know that the consumer can now go out and buy a solar panel and put it on its roof. This was for him a tragedy, because what it meant that they would lose their monopoly. Okay, so the idea was that over time, as consumers have the right and the ability to put solar panels on the roof or to buy solar energy from someone else and put in a storage facility, they no longer require, it's not that they want to disconnect from the system, it's they require it less, okay? And by requiring it less and supplying themselves more, they take away some of the need for this older system. That is the threat to existing utilities. They don't want consumers to self-supply because it means less demand for their supply. The real problem is that when you keep building central supply and it's much more expensive than consumers supplying themselves, it becomes harder and harder to force consumers to buy from the system. Okay, so this is a problem we've faced, I think, in most places. Now it's a matter of ensuring that the consumer participation is and it can be, by the way, they can put solar panel on their roof, but better is to sign a contract with a company that produces renewable energy and that also has batteries. Like, for instance, Tesla sells electric vehicles, storage facilities, and renewable energy. Together, that's a system, okay? And it sells it to many, many people at once. And those people no longer need to rely on the system that they used to have because they're self-generating, or within a community, they're doing it without having to rely only on the system.
Thank you very much. I have one specific question, David. What is your point of view about who wins, operators or aggregators, in this change of regulatory frame under the European Union regulation and countries' regulation, European countries?
Well, again, I don't know what, if you mean operator, you mean system operator, or do you mean
system operators? Yes,
okay.
Because there is also an important tool from them.
Well, here's what I think. I don't think it's they're fighting. I think it's a win-win. Okay, in other words, the system operator should be given economic incentives to use aggregators. Okay, aggregators are a service provider to the system operator. And if the system operator has incentives to minimize its costs, it will use the aggregator as a way of reducing the need to make investments which are unnecessary. So I don't think it's that one has to win and the other lose. I think the challenge, though, is to change existing transmission system operators so that they are genuinely independent of the owner of the grid, okay? Because that's different. When you talk about the system operator trying to optimize the system, that's not the same as the system operator optimizing the return on the network, okay? And I think that's why in the UK, they've now separated the system operator from the owner of the grid. And indeed, the future system operator will have responsibility not just for managing the electricity system, but also the gas system, the hydrogen system, and CCS. So it's a question of the incentives of the system operator. If they're good, then they will want to work with the aggregator.
Very clear answer. Thank you very much. Jerónimo, would you like to add something? We have 2 minutes to close the session. Today's session was impressive. We have learned a lot. And I don't know if you would like to say some words in order to close the session of today or to prepare tomorrow, Jerónimo.
Nothing to add, nothing to add.
Thank you very much, David specifically, and Joanne and Jerónimo and Cass for your provoking questions for the interesting debate. Many thanks to all. It's a pleasure. By a great applause for David.